seconds before we start. And we're live.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this special meeting of the West Ada School Board. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and taking some time out of your day to discuss the fall semester at West Ada. As is our custom, trustees and staff will now silence our microphones and recite the Pledge of Allegiance in silence. Please begin. Thank you very much. So before we start, I do want to thank the many parents who have taken the time out to write the board with their thoughts and suggestions. For myself, I've received well over 125 emails in the past week, and I'm sure the other trustees have received quite a few emails as well. And while it's difficult to respond to each and every email, please know that you have been heard and that we will do our best to listen to the science, respect the guidance of our medical partners and district experts, and choose the best option for our kids. And also, please note that we had over 70 parents specifically address the board publicly and for this meeting. So those emails have been linked to the agenda if you'd like to see them. So to start, Mr. Brett Heller, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, will begin our discussion. Mr. Heller, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees, and Dr. Reynolds. I want to start off, if I can, by thanking and recognizing our West Ada team that's been working tirelessly since March on all of our plans around reopening in the fall. Clearly, this has been an unprecedented time for education, and we've literally examined every aspect of our organization and operations and evaluated what changes we needed to make to safely reopen in the fall. I'm proud and honored to be a part of this team and the work that's been done. We also have established a great partnership with Central District Health, and their input has been integral to our planning. At the heart of our plan for reopening the schools this fall is that core belief in the importance of high levels of learning for all students. We know that the best place for our students to learn is in the classroom with our fantastic teachers. We know that our students need structure and that being in school is best for their mental and emotional health, but we also care deeply about our West Ada community of staff, parents, grandparents, and the community at large. None of this has been easy, and there are no easy answers. As you all know, the Central District Health just on August 3rd has made the recommendations that West Ada School District would be in Category 3 red as of August 3rd. It is our understanding that CDH will continue to update these category recommendations at least every 2 weeks, if not weekly. And it has been and continues to be our recommendation that we follow these category recommendations provided by Central District Health. So based on that, if school were to start tomorrow, we would be in Category 3 and our remote learning plan would be implemented. Additionally, Central District Health has provided some forecasting that they believe it is unlikely we will spend much time, if any, in Category 1 green during this school year. However, our plan does include green if that becomes a possibility. As a district, we're committed to ensuring that our operational plans and our instructional plans in yellow and red are highly successful for our West Ada community. The plans for yellow and red lean heavily on the one-to-one technology deployment. One-to-one device deployment for students will allow us to be more flexible in our instructional approach and to continue to deliver the high level of teaching and learning throughout the various levels of community spread. Placing technology in the hands of our students will allow for increased student-teacher direct interaction, even when in a yellow Category 2 or red Category 3 scenario. As you guys as a board know, agenda item number 2 today is a calendar change for your consideration. Mr. Yoakum will certainly be able to answer specific questions regarding the calendar proposal when that agenda item is up for discussion. The calendar change is asking you to make a decision regarding delaying the first day of school to Tuesday, September 8th. We understand that's a significant change and we don't make the recommendation lightly. First, we believe that the idea of delaying our school year is responsive to the current level of virus transmission in our community. And additionally, we believe that the start of the school year being delayed will allow for us to ensure a successful one-to-one device deployment across our system pre-K through 12. Due to the large number of devices that we have purchased, some delays in receiving those devices were to be expected, and our CTO, Devin Delashment, will certainly be able to answer specific questions you may have regarding that as we open it up for those conversations. There's also hope that the delay may also allow for some level of community spread to decrease and allow us to open in yellow on September 8th as opposed to red. We also believe that our school-based IEP and 504 teams need time to create individual student remote learning plans for those students who are currently on IEP and or 504s. This is a critical step to ensure that those students' individual learning needs are considered and planned for accordingly. And then additionally, as you are all aware, our teachers have been off contract since the last day of school in June. An added benefit of this delay is that this time would allow for 4 additional days for teachers and PLC teams to do their additional preparation and planning so they can deliver the best learning opportunity for their students. So it's our recommendation that the board approve our fall reopening plan today with any recommended changes from the trustees, with the knowledge that additional changes are going to be necessary as we move into the fall, and we will continue to work together to bring those to the board. And then as a board, determine whether we are going to continue to follow CDH category recommendations. If our reopening date is August 27th, then the board needs to consider making a decision today on our category status for the start of school. If the trustees approve the calendar proposal and the delay of the start of school, then we would recommend delaying our category status decision until August 25th, which would be 2 weeks before that new start of school date. It's clear that we are not going to be opening in category 1 green, and we can clearly communicate that to our families and staff. On August 25th, at the board meeting scheduled for that evening, we would ask the board to decide the category status for the first week of school of September the 8th based on CDH category recommendations. I know you've all had time to read through the plan, so at this time I would stand for any recommendations from the board regarding that plan.
To start, I'd like to, just trustees, I'd like to organize this basically going from trustee to trustee just to make sure we're not speaking over each other. Remote is difficult. So I would like to start, if it would be okay, with Trustee Newhoff. Trustee Newhoff, do you have anything to add or comment on for this fall reopening plan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Somehow I knew you were going to pick me first. I don't know. First off, I'd like to thank administration for all the time they spent considering this and reconsidering it, and I philosophically view this document as potentially as being dynamic in a couple of different ways. I mean, one is in some minor detail, or smaller details in it that are just going to change. We're going to find new symptoms that we can monitor. We can find new structural mitigation measures that we can implement. And I just kind of fully expect that we're going to keep up with the evolving situation across the country as, districts and schools everywhere are going to be trying various versions, kind of everything that's across the gamut from what we proposed from green to red here. And I think that practices are hopefully going to evolve as we move on. Kind of looking back at our last meeting where we had a very nice expert panel, and the commentary by Dr. Souza concerning the experience that St. Luke's had in trying to, necessarily operate under red conditions and how they've been able to mitigate the spread within their facility, even though they're a situation where obviously COVID is coming in necessarily, because when people are sick, they go to the doctor and go to the hospital. And his commentary, as I saw it, both that night and then later public comments he made, really pointed to what I hope is going to be the inline outcome here, which is that we can develop procedures and measures and a culture that's going to allow us to have the schools open even when we're seeing levels of community spread like we've been seeing this summer. He spoke to the idea of shock testing things, which I think I maybe a little bit misinterpreted that evening. I mean, I think that our experiences this summer with sports and with some of the academic programs we held do give us some good guidance and experience, but I think the proof in the pudding for how we're going to be able to do this really comes down to building level plans. And even beyond that, I think individual classroom level plans. I mean, I think a science teacher is going to have to look at every lab exercise they do during the year and say, well, how can we do this and mitigate the potential that we're going to spread COVID? You know, we've got a myriad of different educational environments that go on in our school district, from serving different types of students to the rather complex set of classes we have at the high school level with CTE and different things. And I think our ability as we move on here is really going to be dictated by what happens with the building level plans and what happens with, I think, even at the lower level, as I just said. And so I'm generally supportive of the idea of moving the calendar start forward to that point in September, particularly as the time's going to get used to really sit there and look at all of the scenarios, doing a tabletop stress test. Say, okay, what happens if our school goes into lockdown? How are we going to handle that? You know, it's not just the everyday things like passing that are really important, but it's those other scenarios that unfortunately come up, and you're not going to have time to sit there and come up with a plan. And I know that administration and the schools are looking at all this, and I think everyone's comfort level as we move on here is going to be a function of how well we can develop that level of planning. And my sincere hope is that this document that Mr. Heller just, introduced again and was posted on the web and we've all looked at is going to we're going to be able to reevaluate what our response needs to be with regards to what should be an independent determination of our community spread. I mean, we should take our epidemiological experts' guidance and where our community actually is. I mean, there's unfortunately a lot of information that we don't stand a chance of knowing that goes into that decision making. But as we move on here, I hope our ultimate goal is to make each color level less restrictive in terms of what we can do with the kids. So that's basically my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Trustee Smiley, would you like to speak next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of things that, as I look through the plan, and also as my fellow trustees would probably concur, we've had a lot of input from parents on a couple of topics. One, of course, being sports, and the one good piece of news, is my understanding is that a lot of our fall athletic teams have been doing summer conditioning and workouts and things like that, and so far the feedback seems to be relatively good on that. Now, if Mr. War is there and he wants to talk about that specifically, I'd love to hear his comments. The other one that is a particular interest to me is our special needs children. especially those children that are on 504 plans, IEPs, and so forth, because one of the things, as a group, those students don't do as well in online type platforms. They need a lot more one-on-one. They need a lot more personal attention based on their specific plans and so forth. And I would really especially be interested in getting a little bit more detail in how we are going to handle those circumstances, because it's a lot of pressure on our special ed teachers. They have to reach out and do a lot of one-on-one with these children, and anything that we can do to assist those people would be of particular interest to me. And the other one is, I just want to state, everything in me wants to be able to, as soon as we possibly can, open our buildings safely, have the, distancing and disinfecting and masks and the other things that we may have to do to follow CDH recommendations, with the goal of getting that to the point to where we're able to do that as soon as possible. And I realize that might be weeks, it might be a month, it might be, a semester, but I think that has to be our goal, is to get to that point. And of course, one of the ways we do that is just as a community, do everything we can to minimize the spread of this and get us to the point to where we can open. So I will make that my opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Trustee Johnson, did you have any questions or comments you'd like to bring up?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would echo, I think, total alignment with what Trustee Newhoff said and Trustee Smiley around figuring out using the health professionals' expertise and model and figuring out how we can safely provide options for our families. And I think where I'd add on to what Trustee Smiley had said, what I've been watching or receiving feedback on, and I think everybody's got some of this too, is that we have a variety of different needs. It doesn't seem like there is a consistently one way that will support the needs of our families and our kids. And so when I think about that, I think, okay, what are the levels of comfort and information and data that we need to have, or at least I feel comfortable with, to get us to a spot where we can provide those options. And so, and it's not just parents that have been asking for options, it's staff too. And so I first of all, the fall reopening plan, I think, has morphed into a really, really good definitive document. I have a couple kind of feedback thoughts that I'll run through in a minute, but and it's just, I agree with Trustee Newhoff. This is, I believe, going to be a dynamic document, just like our lives are becoming pretty dynamic these days. But from my perspective and where I sit today, I want to be able to provide those options for parents, families, and staff. But it has to be in a safe environment. And so from a safety perspective, that requires all of us. It requires staff and students and parents, all of us to use the health professional expertise on what is required to be in a safe environment in person, and use that to guide how we would reopen using this fall reopening plan and deliver on that yellow status. There's a couple questions that I've been asking myself if we get the opportunity to open in the yellow status within every other day. And that is, one, would I be comfortable with my child in the facility? And so, those building safety plans and those classroom plans are really going to be the answers to those. And I've, had the opportunity. Staff has been really great about letting us get visibility into where they're thinking and what they're doing. And that has provided me comfort that I would be comfortable with that. But that includes some pretty strict adherence on my part as a parent to my child adhering to those safety standards. So then my next question is, what is my student going to experience? And so yesterday I took and wore a mask all day long just to see kind of what does that feel like. And it is uncomfortable, but it is definitely doable. And it's one of those pieces of the puzzle that we're going to have to fit in order to get this put together in a way that works for everybody, or gives everybody an option to pick what works for them. So, Mr. Chairman, I had one other thing that I wanted to just point out on it overall, because I think it's come up a couple times and I've seen it, and that's when we're making these decisions, sometimes we're in person and sometimes we're online. And for today, just for clarity purposes, we're in an online meeting because some of us were in a position of having to travel today and so we had to log in online, and so it was easier to manage. So I just wanted to kind of put that clarity out there, that I appreciate the board staff and everybody pivoting to allow me to be in a position of being in a travel status, although it didn't end up happening, and putting us in online. So with that, I can stop it, or I can push some feedback later. I know Trustee Ozuna hasn't got to speak yet.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Trustee Ozuna, do you have any comments?
I do, just really quickly for me. I wanted to start to thank everybody for the work that's been done on this plan. I know that there are just hundreds of hours that have gone into this. For those that are listening, thank you for the hundreds of emails and patron comments that we've received. I'd like to say that I've read them all, but they were coming in clear up until the minute that this meeting started, and so I'm behind on those last few, but I think I can safely say for all of us that we have spent time to look through that. In general, with the plan, I'm supportive of where we're at. But what's not entirely clear to me looking at the document is how we're going to use the recommendation from Central District Health. And I think that's really key. I think it's going to be key for us to decide as a board, and for our parents and staff to know if we are using the coloring from Central District Health to match our opening status, or if we're going to use that as a recommendation to guide what our plan is. For me, I have concerns about meeting the overall needs of our students if we're 100% remote. And because of that, I'm leaning toward wanting to have some flexibility to open in yellow, even if CDH has us in the red category. I'm very supportive of the delay in opening school to hopefully get our numbers under control. And, I hope that problem kind of just resolves itself. But if it doesn't, again, I'm just concerned about some of our students and where they will be if we really truly are 100% remote there. If we have the ability to open in yellow, I agree with Dr. Newhoff on the importance of those building and classroom level plans. And I know that, the staff there are still feverishly working on those. And so we haven't seen some of the details, but that's going to be really a critical piece of this. I have some specific questions and comments about the plans, but I'll hold that for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I guess also, everyone's kind of talking about comments. I appreciate that. I'm thinking in terms of specifics, and I guess, Trustee Ozuna, you brought up kind of the elephant in the room about our status and CDH and how we're going to be taking those recommendations. And it's my understanding, again, as board chair, but again, that it just really as one trustee, that, and I'd like to have maybe a quick discussion within the board to talk about this first. Where do you see us taking the CDH recommendations? It's my belief personally that, we're not virologists, we're not scientists. Well, take it back, one of us is. But we're not, we don't have some of that expertise, most of us. And I think leaning on our community partners is important. And so I'm personally of the belief that, if CDH says that this is a critical situation and red is required, then I'm kind of leaning that way. And I frankly would say we were in red. However, I would love to go through the board and just ask what your opinion is, how you feel, and maybe to see if there might be other perspectives. One of the things also I'd like to ask maybe for the district, just as we're talking about this issue, maybe think about this other, is that if we do open up in red, the science seems to be fairly strong that pre-K even, special education, kids with certain special needs who are going to be coming into a very low density classroom anyway. What is the possibility of opening red and having those children already being, coming to school, a physical school, and actually being supported? I don't know if that's possible, but I remember we did have a discussion around this a bit ago where if it was opened up in red, that those kids might be treated differently, just because, again, the science tends to lean ultra low density classrooms and children who are very young might be a little bit different when it comes to how COVID works. But anyway, I'd like to get your opinions, but at this time, I'd like to reach out again as we start to reach out. I'd like to reach out to Trustee Newhoff and just kind of get your feeling about how CDH should play within the board.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My view of what our relationship to CDH should be is to take their recommendations or their calls on, where we're at with regards to community transmission as an autonomous resource. I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be, and our duty is to respond as we see appropriately to what that proclamation is. So I kind of see the facts as they are about where we're at epidemiologically with the situation to be an external parameter that we have to take into account. Now, and that, as I see it, is sort of a separate task from saying, okay, well, if we're in category 2, mild to moderate transmission, what should our educational procedures be? That's our call. That in part is based on guidance from CDH and CDC and other experts, state board and so forth, but also a recognition of where our district's at and being able to address the education and health and safety needs of our students, given that sort of scenario. And I would argue that what our approach should be overall is to be able to dynamically modify what our response is in terms of what our nature of school opening is under green, yellow, and red, as our ability to handle the situation varies, and fully acknowledging what the whatever the situation's going on out in the community in terms of transmission. It's kind of like, what St. Luke's went through. They had to basically close the hospital because they weren't ready, as Dr. Uza said. And since then, they've gotten into, similarly bad levels of community transmission and are able to operate their other facilities now that they've gotten their procedures in place. And I think that's philosophically where I would go with that. I would also, I appreciate you bringing up the potential for considering different scenarios for different kids, particularly in the more restrictive aspects of what our plan is or might be. I think there's a lot of reason to sit there, particularly in a situation like some of our special ed classrooms, and acknowledging there may be some differences with medically fragile kids. But, if you're in a low density classroom situation and teachers think that it's something they can manage in terms of mitigation measures in the classroom, that we might sit and think about having special ed classrooms open even under a more restrictive school closure. And there's this this thing that's emerged about perhaps a difference between elementary and secondary that ought to at least be on the table. I mean, it's appeared occasionally in some drafts of this document, and it's something that's worth considering, but needs to be considered in terms of the granularity of a classroom plan and how a teacher thinks they could handle that, and how things would happen in individual school site. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I truly appreciate that. And would I, just to make sure I understand, so you're basically saying you would definitely think that we should lean towards CDH recommendations for now, but as we become more independent, and we have more of a handle on our protocols, then we can, when we have more of a handle on our protocols, then we can become more independent because we know how the district's going to react. Is that fair to say?
Well, I might nuance it a little bit differently than that, Mr. Chairman. What I'm saying is, unless we have reason to believe otherwise, I think CDH, when they make a call about the color levels and realize this framework the CDC put out, earlier in the year with these 3 levels of community transmission is probably not what the epidemiologists would have preferred at this point. And some of our health districts use a 4-tier plan. But regardless of all that, I think that's the reality of what's going on in our community. And it is what it is. The stuff in this document about what we're going to do under green, yellow, and red is our response to that. Okay. And that part, I think, has the potential to change, particularly over time, as we learn more things, as we fine-tune our protocols, as we're able to make sure that we've gone through and stress tested as many of the scenarios at every level of this as we can. So it's, there's a situation that we're under, which is what CDH calls the color level. And then there's our ability to respond to it. And our plan at the time ought to reflect our ability to respond to whatever the reality of the epidemiology is. I don't know if that made sense.
That makes total sense. Thank you very much, Trustee Neuhoff. I truly appreciate your perspective. Trustee Smiley, would you have a comment on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things that's important to note is, under Idaho Code and, the procedures that school boards operate under, we do have a lot of power to, make special conditions and set our plan and open as we have done when we set up our framework clear last spring and have continued on with our fall reopening plan. I think there's a lot of work there. Of course, that is not to say that the recommendations of CDH can be ignored or modified. They are what they are. But I think if we were to look at the most recent data, I've been kind of encouraged the last few days. We are seeing a drop in caseloads. We're seeing more availability of hospital beds, and there's a little bit of that pressure. Now, there's bottlenecks, and one of the things that you really have to worry about is a district as large as West Ada, with as many staff and as many children as we have. The very nature of more mixing and more, more possibilities of spread, we have to be extremely vigilant about that and do everything we can to minimize that spread. But, we're big enough that we could, affect some of those numbers, and I worry about that. The other thing, though, is that as a teacher, for as many years as I was, every teacher is just anxious to meet their classes. There is no substitute for that one-on-one contact. And this is true at the elementary level. It's true at the high school level. You know, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of excitement, and I know that most teachers. We've heard from a number of our teachers that express concerns, that are worried, and we need to acknowledge that, and we need to do everything we can to keep our staff intact and safe and free from exposure to things that they don't need to be exposed to. But I think the teachers also say they want to start interacting with those children, and that's a tough challenge for us, because it's almost like trying to drive your car with your foot on the gas and your foot on the brake at the same time. It's not good on your transmission. But those are some issues that we've got to work through, and we also have to work through some of the issues of the specific layouts of many of our buildings, and we also have to deal with transportation. I really like the idea that we would open, when we do open, putting out the request that as many parents as can practically do that, take their children to school if they can. That will take a lot of the pressure off the buses. It will give more room and more safety. The other thing is to work on the specific guidelines for, especially with the younger children. It seems like that's a real challenge, is how we can keep them wearing masks and things like that. It's hard enough just to get them stand in line. And even that is going to be different. So we have a lot of challenges there. One of the things that I know we've heard from a lot of parents, and there's a lot of people listening to us now, we've had the whole gamut of input from parents that say full speed ahead, we don't even want to wear masks, to ones that say, I just don't feel safe having my kids back at all. I like that we have our virtual schoolhouse option, and a lot of our parents have utilized that. I think we need to encourage parents that have concerns that that's something they can seriously consider. But I also know that school works best when we have those wonderful interactions between our great teachers and our children. So that's a lot of stuff, I realize, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Thank you very much. Trustee Johnson, do you have any comments on kind of CDH and how it plays with their decisions today?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll kind of be brief. So I am in line with where Trustee Newhoff is at with the fact, we need to consider the health safety risks, but that category only covers one area of health safety, and that's around COVID spread, right? There's other areas of health and safety that our students experience besides the COVID risk, and that red category doesn't include those. So it's one indicator in a number of indicators. So I look at that and say it's a good indicator, and it's a very good indicator for us on how we build out our safety protocols, and we use those safety protocols. And I watch how Central District Health has actually applied that. So they have that health indicator and they have that substantial risk, but their response hasn't been to move our economy back to phase 2 or phase 1. Their response has been to require masks in the county. And there's a number of other factors besides the COVID risk factor that I, in conversations with some of the commissioners, went into those decisions. I think we need to apply it in that same methodology. We have responsibility for making sure that when we have students in our building, they're safe and staff are safe. And so we have to use that safety information to build out our safety protocols. But we also have responsibility for education. And Central District Health doesn't have responsibility for that. And so from that perspective, I'm leaning in the direction of, I think we have to provide options that allow our students to get the education they need based on their needs and what their parents believe. So I am right now leaning into, if we had to make the decision today, to be in a yellow status, even though the substantial risk is red from a safety standpoint, and put in very good safety protocols.
Thank you very much, Trustee Johnson. Trustee Ozuna, if I would you have any comments on this topic?
Yes, just really quickly for me, we do have a responsibility to help control the level of community spread and to protect our staff and students. But I'm concerned about our ability to meet our students' needs if we're 100% remote. And if we think that that's going to be challenging, and I think we all think that that's the case, and all of the staff feedback that I'm getting, they have concerns around that. And not just the educational component for our students, but so many other components for our students if they're remote. I think I'm also leaning toward wanting to have some flexibility to be in a yellow blended learning status, even if our CDH category is red. Knowing that our building and classroom plans completely dependent upon that and our ability to protect our students, then we've got to be able to make quick decisions if there were outbreaks in our schools. I mean, all of those things are so important that we'd have to be able to look at and make sure that those are covered and the safety controls are in place. But I am concerned about what happens with our students if we're 100% remote and for any length of time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you for everyone for sharing those comments. Mr. Heller, one of the questions I brought up and I'd like to kind of reach out to you for some discussion on is what possibility of either young students, again, it could even be just pre-K and special education because those are maybe a little different scenario. What's your thoughts on that, and what do you think the district might be able to do to accommodate, or if you think that is an area that would be worth exploring?
Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees. So I think to start off, when we talk about special education, one of the things we always try to avoid is blanket statements for a group of students, special education students, for example. As I mentioned at the beginning, our special education teachers and those teams at the building are going to be essentially creating individual remote learning plans for their students. And this is going to be done as part of what we've done, what we've learned as we've collaborated with the State Department in identifying kind of what we need to do. So when it comes to whether a special education student would attend school on an everyday basis, if we look purely just at the class sizes, then the answer would be yes. Obviously, those class sizes are small enough that you could physically distance in that classroom and provide those services. The team at the building level is going to need to look at each individual student and their needs, both their learning needs, but their physical needs. Do they have any health challenges that attending school regularly or on a daily basis is going to potentially compromise their health? So making those decisions individually is going to be the first step for us when it comes to special education. You mentioned pre-K, again, another group that by just looking at their class sizes, typically under 15, could they attend every day? Yes, they could attend every day. Making those decisions more student by student and within those individual classes will be the route we would take, just to make sure that we're considering all aspects of whether a student can attend every day. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, Trustee Newhoff mentioned that at one point our plan for yellow had language around yellow for elementary school being an everyday occurrence, because we believe that we can keep classroom cohorts or pods, individual classrooms, self-contained at a different level than you can at the secondary, middle school and high school, where those students change classes every period. And if that becomes something the board would like to explore further or would like to be part of the plan, we can certainly bring that back in. I do know that I've received some concerns from teachers, and I've spoken to quite a few different teachers at the elementary level about, even if you only have 20 students in a classroom or 25 students in your classroom, Physically distancing them at 6 feet can be challenging depending on the size of your classroom, the furniture of your classroom, that sort of thing. So I know every teacher is trying to figure out how would they create physical distancing in their classroom on a daily basis if that was an opportunity. As a district, we want more than anything to have our students face-to-face in school as soon as we can possibly have them. We believe that's the best thing for them, whether that's a high school student, a pre-K student, a special education student. We believe that being in class as much as possible with their teachers is the best opportunity. But we also have to make sure we can do that safely, not just safely for the student, but safely for the staff, and that we are being responsible as far as our community. So, we would take any recommendations the board would have in regards to yellow. When it comes to special education, pre-K, we are evaluating building by building, room by room, and even down to the individual student, what levels of daily education can take place for those students.
Thank you very much. And trustees, do you have, I'd like to start opening it up just to general questions. And I'm not sure if you want to go around for each one of these, but just to see if there might be some discussion points you'd like to further talk about. One of the things I remember there's a couple of issues that we could even start with, one of which would be what music looks like. I believe it was one of the associations that governs music that I remember looking at over the weekend talked about needing special devices to be able to cover for musical instruments, for instance. Was there availability of that? What do would we even have recitals or a practice in school, things like this in a yellow situation? We could also be talking about sports. There was definitely a lot of interest in sports, especially we might have had summer programs. However, the question of what would intra-district competition look like if we would even have that? Is that even something that would be realistic under this scenario? So I would like to open it up at this time and see what kind of questions you might have.
Mr. Chairman, if this is Trustee Johnson, I'll take a stab at a first shot if that's okay with you.
Please, Trustee Johnson, go ahead.
Okay. So let me first say I'm comfortable today approving the plan as is, but I have some feedback that I think, first of all, needs kind of my fellow trustees to weigh in on as well, just to make sure we're in alignment. But I'll put it out there and then can kind of go from there. It's like 3 or 4 points, so I'll be quick. First is that the virtual schoolhouse and the is an awesome option that as part of our package of options. One of the things I was hoping we could consider to add to this dynamic plan is that we allow some flexibility in the language to handle movements mid-semester on a case-by-case basis and leave that to district determination. We usually do that in our policy, and I just think that's important because a lot of parents that may make that choice haven't experienced that in full fruition yet, and we may find mid-semester that some students are not thriving in it, and we want to get them into a thriving situation even and not make them wait. So that's one kind of feedback I'd like to put out there. When I get to experience the K through 5 portion of our system, and it's great. And I do lean with many parents in that category that it is really hard to mimic that classroom learning, especially at the K through 2 level, in a fully online environment. And so I would like to continue to explore having a package or suite of options for that specific grade level. I also would think we need that for middle and high school, but I have more experience in this area. And one of them is, so we have in our suite of our tool belt, right, every other day. The other option that I think we haven't explored yet, and I also understand why we need to kind of be consistent for now, but maybe we can explore as we move through what I think is going to be a year of this at least, is maybe a half-day model where we still provide the reduced numbers, but we get kids in the classroom at least every day for a portion of time with their teacher and what that might look like. And then the third option in that suite is what Mr. Heller spoke of, which is being able to pivot and put and pod elementary students in a larger class. Because our yellow actually has 2 parameters, it has mild and moderate, I think that there's an importance to having more options in there, because if we're in a mild, we might be able, and we might want to have the option to pivot and put kids in all or more kids into the classroom if we can do it safely. So that's my feedback on the options to add that one of, or those 2 into the plan as potential options that we could use. The third one, and is just something that Trustee Ozuna brought up last week, and I've thought really hard about, and that's that as a district, I think we need to make it really clear as a board what our expectations are around safety protocols when it comes to the personal safety protocols. I don't know where the rest of the board stands, but I think our plan needs to include that we will be what the required, at a minimum, required safety protocols are for the different phases. So, and red, obviously, if you're at home, that's one thing, but in a yellow, even if Central District Health didn't have a mask requirement in Ada County right now, I know there's a lot of political concern around this, but from a health safety standpoint, the data is clear. We need to require masks within our buildings. And so I think we need to make that clear. So then that allows our school leadership and our parents and our students to all be on the same page. I see it as a way that we require kids to wear shirts, shoes, and shorts or pants to school. This is just part of the materials we have to do and be in our building in order to operate safely. So I would like to see those considerations part of our discussion for additional adds in the future on the plan. And then the last one is kind of the timing on when we review where we're at or assess where we're at in the status. And we've kind of got a state model set up where the state looks every 2 weeks. Central District Health is looking every 2 weeks. Some of our counterpart school districts are looking in that time frame. And, I figure if you can't beat them, join them. So maybe we should also just put a review so our parents and others can know and understand where we're looking and assessing. That doesn't mean we'll change every time. It just means that we're going to look on a periodic basis and see where we would want to make adjustments and then time out those adjustments when we're not in an emergency situation. So that's it, Mr. Chairman, for my feedback.
Thank you very much. Any other trustees?
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Smiley.
I appreciate what Trustee Ozuna and Trustee Johnson have brought up, and I would tend to agree. My goal is to shoot to try to be by September 8th, if that's what the board decides, that we at least be in a situation where we can open under yellow criteria rather than red. I just don't see the red criteria working. There's if we're forced to do it, we're forced to do it. And it's kind of like what we had to go through last spring. But if we learned anything last spring, the rollout of a complete remote model had a lot of pitfalls and a lot of gaps and a lot of holes. And I think the yellow is certainly superior because it allows for some one-on-one contact. It gets the kids back in the building. We have to deal with the protocols. We have to deal with the bottlenecks to where there's too much contact, for example, entrances, buses, bathrooms. We have to make sure that our protocols for those things are adequate and ready. And that's a challenge. I want to give praise out to our staff and especially our building principals. I have a lot more confidence because of the outstanding people we have, and giving them the ability in their own buildings to work on those protocols. When we give the basic protocols and giving them a little bit of flexibility in how to get those done in each building, because every building is slightly unique and offers unique challenges. So that is one thing. The other thing is I wish that everyone could agree that educating our children is not something political. But sadly, we live in an age where it seems like pretty much everything has become political. We have the election coming up, and there's a lot of people with very, very strong feelings on both sides about that. But I think we need to do everything we can as a district to strike that ground that says our purpose is to provide for our children and to provide the best possible education that we can possibly give them. And I think that's an important thing to say. I really appreciate what the other trustees have had to say, and I think we have a lot more things upon which we agree, and that is very, very encouraging. And I think moving forward, that is a great message to send to our patrons, is that we're all in when it comes to getting our kids the best education we can possibly give them.
Thank you, Trustee Smiley. Mr. Heller, I was curious. One of the things that Trustee Johnson brought up was requiring masks in buildings, and basically having a standard of masks being a required item for all kids. I was hoping if you could comment on that, because that was definitely a concern that I had. What is the reality of being able to enforce a mask policy within our buildings?
Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees, I started taking notes as Trustee Johnson was providing some of the points that she'd like addressed, so I'm happy to address any of those when you're ready for me to. In terms of the mask question, it's certainly something that we continue to talk about here as well. You know, what we did receive guidance that, you know, while there's a mask mandate, then requiring masks is certainly, for lack of a better word, easier because there is that mask mandate from Central District Health. If that mandate goes away, I think our district needs to be prepared for the fact that if we require them, then we also will be required to provide them. If that mandate doesn't exist, but we still make that a requirement, we believe that we would have to be required to provide those masks. I will tell you, yesterday we had our first day of the enrollment fair for new folks coming from out of the district who are joining our district, and they came to the enrollment fair to do their processing of all their paperwork and go through that. And every single student that came to that fair was wearing a mask, and all of the families who came were wearing a mask, and they were complying with those requirements. Some of them we provided a mask because they did not have them. Most came ready. We will have some situations where we will have to deal with students who refuse to wear a mask, but that is something our buildings handle regarding all sorts of rules that we have to deal with. And so if the mandate or the requirement exists, we are confident that we can handle that at the building level. Our goal with any of that is how do we handle it in a way that helps to improve education for that student, helps them understand the why behind the mask requirement, and keeps that student in class and keeps that student learning. So trying to avoid it being a punitive measure is something we will always strive to do, and our schools have great behavior expectations in place, and they do a great job of managing those behavior expectations from a positive lens as opposed to always from a punitive lens. And so I have no doubt that our teams of principals, administrators, classroom teachers, paraprofessionals, all the staff at the building will be able to manage a requirement if it's in place. So that decision, that recommendation is really something the board needs to make a decision on. Do you want to keep a recommendation in place past any Central District Health mandate that exists? But in terms of managing it, yes, we can. The paying to make sure students have masks, that's something the operational side would have to continue to budget for and plan for. We already have purchased a large number of masks for students and staff so that we are ready for the first day of school and we can ensure that people have those masks.
Thank you very much. Other trustees, did you have some comments you'd like to bring up before we start going over the plan?
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Trustee.
Yeah, this is Trustee Newhoff. One last short philosophical thing, and then I have a couple of questions for administration. this is going to be easier all around on everyone if we have, if our community is doing what it needs to do to get this level of community transmission down. And as we've just been discussing for the last few minutes, that everyone in the school community buys into whatever measures that need to be taken. And that, we take every opportunity to keep our eyes open in terms of potential factors that are going to allow us to operate, in terms of mitigation measures and whatnot, be it masks or any of the other measures that are in the plan already or other things. And so, there's certainly a fraction of our community right now that is saying you should open without any restrictions and don't have the kids wear masks and all this stuff. And people got to realize that this component of this safety, and I agree with Trustee Johnson's assertion that this isn't the only student safety and staff safety consideration that's part of the mix, but our ability to have the schools open like we all want, and either yellow or hopefully something that is related to the green category is going to be dependent on a community effort here. One of the, getting back to some questions, one of the sort of things hanging in this question about how we take CDH guidance and that's reflected in decisions about how our schools are operating, has to do with changing guidance. And, at this point, I think CDH is planning on, for the moment, weekly notifications, potentially going to bi-weekly so that there's less flux in it. I mean, I don't think there's going to be a lot of, yo-yo back and forth between categories because of the way that the criteria are written, and there's, you've got to be 6 weeks past this kind of event and so forth written into these standards that limit the ability to kind of go back and forth, as does the fact that, the reality of the testing data is that it's kind of stale in a lot of cases before you get it. I mean, there's 14, sometimes probably longer lags in a lot of that testing data. And it's just the logistics of it. So there's yo-yoing back and forth doesn't concern me, but what I am interested in from administration here is, let's say in a scenario where we had to open up remotely, and then we're going to transition into yellow, let's say. Feasibly, how quickly could we make that transition? How quickly could Cascade gear up, because they're going to have to be on some sort of standby? How quickly can we, make sure our buildings are ready, because they're going to be in some sort of standby? Have all of the other pieces in place? How nimble would we be? And do we want to say, well, okay, there's going to have to be a week lag, so not only our schools, but our parents who are dealing with childcare and other logistics can, have at least some heads up. I don't know if Mr. Heller has comments. There may be things, I don't know who else on the line, in terms of like transportation and things.
Thank you, Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Newhoff. So, we've talked a lot about this idea of changing guidance and how quickly will we have to pivot. And, I agree with some of the comments that I made earlier, this idea of at least a CDH moving to maybe a 2-week recommendation that allowed us to not necessarily move back and forth between yellow and red. Though I do agree with Trustee Newhoff, I don't know that this idea of yo-yoing back and forth is really going to happen based on the way they're determining those category recommendations. We have reached out to Central District Health today to ask if perhaps that recommendation could come out, for example, on a Thursday afternoon, or Thursday by noon or Friday by noon rather than on Monday, so that we could make some decisions, communicate with parents. I would defer. I don't know. I believe Mr. Yoakum's on. If he has any feelings in terms of the busing turnaround, how quickly, if we found out, at noon on a Thursday, that we were able to move to yellow, could we be ready to run buses and turn that around by Monday? That's the ideal, right? We would rather not have to spend any extra time in red if we're allowed to move into yellow and the board approves moving into yellow. We would like to do that as quickly as we possibly can. So we have asked CDH to maybe move when they make the announcement and that category change. We think that from a teaching and learning standpoint, the way we're structuring our planning and the way where our teachers are going to be working and how that work is going to happen, that we could make that move from maybe a Friday at noon to potentially Monday, if not Tuesday morning. The busing piece, I think a lot of that's dependent on bus drivers and whether they're willing to, whether we have the bus drivers in place and whether they're able to be on standby and move into that role. So I can't answer specifically on busing. I don't know if Mr. Yoakum or Mr. Updike are on the call.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Yoakum, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Superintendent Reynolds. So in answer to the question, I just heard from our transportation liaison. He feels that to answer the question, will Cascade be ready to run routes if we move from red to yellow? He believes it should be fast as long as Cascade has drivers waiting. He believes it would be less than a week.
So you're saying,
Yeah.
so just so I can confirm, Mr. Yoakum, you're basically saying that if we got the decision on, say, a Thursday, it might take a full 7 days before we could actually get the drivers in place. So even though we might get the authority to go into yellow, it would take possibly another 10 days even before we could actually go into in realistically yellow. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Ian doesn't believe it would go that long. His thought was it would be less than a week.
Okay. Thank you.
As long as they have drivers waiting.
Chairman Klopfenstein, I guess I would say that we can work on, we clearly that's an area where we could need to nail down some specifics as far as what that turnaround would be that would help the board to make sure that they know when they make a recommendation, what's the actual implementation time to put that into effect.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and thank you. Do I still have the floor, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely, Trustee Newhoff.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. And I think it's important that we understand some concerns in the community about being too rapid about it. I mean, a day turnaround would be somewhat difficult for a lot of people. And so I think we need to figure out where a balance would be in that. So, and also, recognizing the logistical realities that we just discussed. The other thing I wanted to ask about, and if this is something you were getting into later, Mr. Chairman, and want to discuss it later, that's fair enough, is the quarter plan for high schools. Is that something you're wanting to go into in more detail later, or can I raise it now?
You please feel free to raise it now, Trustee Newhoff. Okay,
so one of the recent changes to the plan is that we're going to operate the high schools on quarters, and I understand the thinking behind it. If you're in yellow, and by the time you go through that calendar that Stacy Lowe must have driven her crazy putting the thing together and trying to figure it out, but you aren't seeing your given teacher very often, I guess is one of the reasons behind it. One of the things that concerns me about it is that it's going to create some learning lags for students. I mean, I sit and think about a student that happens to have math on their A day. And so they're going to get a quarter of math. And they're going to take a quarter off of math while they're taking 4 other classes and then try to pick up. Okay. And I can, you can cite a lot of different, foreign languages or music classes or different things where that's going to be an issue. And we may not have a choice in some ways because, you got to pick between the lesser of 2 evils maybe, but I don't know if there have been things that the board's not aware of to try and mitigate those sort of effects in a class like that.
Thank you, Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Newhoff. I appreciate the question because it is one of the larger changes in the plan from previous iterations that you have had a chance to view. As we started kind of the information we were receiving was clearly leaning that we were going to be spending more time in red and or yellow this year than we hoped. At one point in our planning, the yellow schedule, the alternating day, was viewed as a contingency plan to avoid completely moving into red and closing. That's clearly now a feeling that we may be spending more time this year in yellow than that, and it might be a significant portion of our school year. And so as we looked at that and looked at the high school schedule through that lens, what Trustee Newhoff references that in a given class, a student would see their teacher potentially only once a week, and then based on kind of a rotating Monday schedule, you might in a certain week see a teacher twice. Just significant concerns from teachers that I had spoken to, from administrators that I had spoken to at the high school level regarding the ability to build a coherent instructional plan that involved being able to see your students physically on a predictive and regular basis. And so we started looking at all sorts of options, from just a traditional 8-period day where you go to class for 45 minutes every other day, but you see all 8 classes every day or every other day. There are concerns that creates. There are some reasons why that, we leaned away from that. Many of those are just the nature of some of the high school courses. 45 minutes is not much time to get things started and get much done instructionally before it's time to move to the next class. So we talked through the 4x4. We have had lots of conversations about the very concerns that Trustee Newhoff brings up. Math, if a student were to take math first quarter and then by the way it was scheduled, they didn't see that class till 4th quarter, that's a significant gap. Same thing with things like foreign language. We have concerns about how it may impact some performing ensemble classes. That we've kind of come up with our list of concerns with this schedule. We are meeting with the high school principals and some curriculum folks, region directors on Thursday to continue to plan around how do we schedule during a 4x4 block and remove as many of the obstacles as possible and ensure that students that are in that block schedule, that 4x4, have an opportunity to learn at high levels and not have those issues come up. And parts of that are making sure that as much as possible we don't have students doing a 1st quarter math class in a 4th quarter. If it's a 1st quarter and a 3rd quarter math class, what can we do during 2nd quarter to allow for opportunities for students to continue to learn or continue to have access to their math teacher? So all of those things are being discussed to figure out how do we execute a 4x4. This isn't a schedule that's not, it's been used around the country. We've looked at it. It has definite pros. Like every schedule, I think, as you mentioned, at this point, we're trying to figure out what's the best of a bunch of potentially not so great options when we're talking about an every other day schedule. One of the things we really wanted to make sure we did is not take away students' opportunities to still meet their 16 credits that they can get in a school year, so we don't have to change graduation requirements. We did not want to have a huge FTE implication or change teacher prep times. All of those were factors we considered, but ultimately the biggest factor was what schedule allows us to have a coherent instructional plan so teachers can deliver instruction in a yellow schedule at a high level. I think one of the pieces that we felt like was really a positive of the 4x4 is that a student at the high school level, if we're in yellow or red, now has 4 classes to focus their time and attention on rather than 8. We think is a good option for those high school students. For teachers on their planning, now they're planning for 3 classes during a quarter. They have fewer students to connect with remotely and try to make sure they're staying up and working with. So I think we felt like for a lot of reasons it checked a lot of boxes for us, but we still have many of the same concerns that we're trying to think through and make sure that we can mitigate those as best we can given the situation we're in.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Heller, go ahead. I'm done.
Trustee Ozuna, please have the floor.
I just wanted to make one quick comment while we're talking about the high school schedule. I agree with Dr. Newhoff on, some concerns there around a gap for some of those questions, and then especially the impact on music, performing arts, those type of classes. But one other advantage that I think from a safety perspective that we have with that is that there's a lot less exposure points if those kids are moving between 4 classes instead of 8. And I think that might help just, contain exposure. And so I do like that advantage in that piece of the plan.
Mr. Heller, did you have any response to that? Or?
I would agree. The performing ensemble class, Chairman Klopfenstein and Trustee Ozuna, is a concern that we are trying to think through. I think, as was mentioned earlier, there's still some unknowns regarding even the performance of a performing ensemble group right now. We have received some information from Central District Health regarding choir classes. Choirs have been across the country a extreme level of concern in terms of performance and rehearsals, and so we are still thinking through how do we best make a choir class as safe as possible due to the nature of a choir class. And so now this adds another layer to that for us as far as how do we schedule choir, especially these performing ensembles, and even asking our choir teachers to rethink what a performance might look like this year, as opposed to maybe an entire choir ensemble. Are we looking at more chamber, small choir options where you can spread students out, do things safely? How does that impact how they handle their classroom scheduling? So I think one thing that we continue to talk about is nothing that we're going to do this year can be looked through the lens of how we've always done it. We are looking at everything we do from how do we, through this year, and we're hoping it's just this year, but there is some data that says it might be beyond this year. How do we do things differently in order for us to still have a choir opportunity for students, but do it safely and not create new problems for our students, for our community? So it is a concern, but we are confident. I know I'm our curriculum coordinator for the fine arts, Kara Hinkson, is part of the conversation happening on Thursday. I know she's had conversations with many of her music directors. So we are working forward on how we're going to do a 4x4 plan for those classes. And I do agree that the 4x4 has the benefit of fewer contact points for exposure for students in a 4-period day, as opposed to 8 classes on an every other day.
Thank you, Mr. Heller. I was also curious, based on what Mr. Trustee Newhoff was discussing, would the quarter system represent too much of a burden for teachers, especially when it comes to time, and having to kind of squish in a lot of learning in a small period of time? Is that going to be a burden for teachers?
Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees, in terms of actual minutes, it's the same amount of time in front of their students. It's just a more regular, predictable amount of time. So they are, if you look at a 4x4 block schedule, and there are districts who use this outside of the world of COVID, who use this in a traditional world where students go every day to 4 classes for 1 quarter. And then you have a school district like ours who does 8 classes on an every other day AB calendar school year. The minutes, the time in class is the same because you're going to do 4 classes every day in that situation for 90 minutes as opposed to 8 classes on an every other day. So time with their students is the same. Now it is compressed as far as the number of days, but they will see their students physically every other day as opposed to only 1 time a week in the previous schedule.
Thank you very much. Other trustees have questions on the quarters?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Smiley, please.
One that has not been brought up, but I think especially when we get into sports, when we get into elective classes, and we get into things like marching band. You know, how are we coordinating with our other school districts? You know, especially the SIC districts. You know, are there still going to be band competitions? How are we going to arrange athletics? Will there be rules about a limit on how many people can attend? Whether we give special preference, say, to parents? How are we going to handle the logistics of coordination? Or are we even going to have inter-school athletics? Are we even going to have, you know, music competitions, recitals, things like that? Because those things become huge in the life of those kids. They will spend hours and hours and hours preparing for those chamber ensembles and for those music competitions, and for those football games, and the cross-country meets and the lacrosse contests, and you know, the list goes on and on. What kind of work are we doing to get those things coordinated, or are we still very, very much up in the air? Because I get the feeling that there hasn't been a lot of really coordination on whether or not we're even going to have those things.
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Smiley, I'm going to turn my time over here just briefly to Mr. War and let him speak to a lot of what you asked about, because we're getting lots of emails, as I know you are, in regards to activities and athletics. I do know that the SIC superintendents met today, and there were some at least tentative decisions made, and so I would think that Mr. War could give some light on kind of where we are, what our directions are, and some of the planning that's going there. I will say that the work that our team has done, Mr. War, his group, the coaches, Tracy Garner this summer has been fantastic. We have seen fantastic results. Are just very impressed with the work we've done, and we believe that if based on that, we can do a lot of things this fall with some recommendations and some guidelines in place. So Mr. War, if you'd like to say a few things.
Thank you, Mr. Heller. Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Smiley, all trustees, Dr. Reynolds, thanks for having me on this afternoon. We've had a lot of good discussions with the SIC, with our West Ada athletic directors, with everybody that's involved in this process. Currently, where we're at is the Southern Idaho Conference. We've had a little issue with, because districts have different decisions, and this is more about West Ada, but I think it's important to realize we know Nampa's decision. We know Boise's going to make a decision tonight. And that's impacted all of us, because if some schools are out, then how do you schedule games and stuff? So currently, we are planning on moving forward. We anticipate that we're going to delay a week or so. Most practices were supposed to start August 10th, and we're looking at August 17th, and then we'll look at it from there. And when I say we'll start at that time, there are certain sports we have no concerns with starting. I mean, cross country and is one that they get out and run, and we can social distance, and we've shown some the ability to create social distancing, good hygiene practices, and different ways to mitigate these issues we face. So our goal is to play the season, Trustee Smiley. We're going to have interconference games. It's gonna be a new norm. You asked about fans. We haven't quite got to that point because we all have little different viewpoints. Some people are saying no fans, some people are saying parents. I think we've all come to the agreement that it's not going to be like it has been in the past, that we just let everybody into the games, which is sad because that's what high school experience is about. But we're going to create opportunities for our kids, and in a safe manner. And so right now our goal is to maybe delay a little bit. Our intention is to let our kids play high school sports and minimize those factors that could impact us, and continue to do what we did this summer. So, if you have more specific questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Thank you. That's very encouraging to hear.
Mr. Chairman.
So if we're going to be switching over from quarters to sports, I'm happy to. Did anyone else have any questions on quarters first, though? I apologize, Mr. War. Just want to make sure that we address the switch to a quarter system first, if you would. Any other trustees who want to address quarters? Excellent. Okay, just want to make sure that if you had any other comments. So we'll be discussing sports at this point. Trustee Johnson, did you have any points on sports that you'd like to discuss?
Mr. Chairman, I just had one question for Mr. Warren. I read through kind of the information that he sent us on how we're planning right now to open on sports. We just talked about a little bit about putting some sort of requirement around our minimum safety protocols, including the requirement of masks. So I want to make clear that that's not the only one that we might want to put in there, but I wanted to know what Mr. War's thoughts were on how that might impact the sports program, and what he would recommend that include from a sports perspective, if he's prepared to answer that part, this recommendation part.
I think you're referring to if we're going to require masks at games, if kids are going to wear masks. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, yes, we've got some safety protocols as options in the current structure, which mirrors our current fall reopening plan. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm getting some breakup of Mr. War.
Yeah, we're receiving the same. Mr. Ward, just realized you might be coming in a little bit wobbly.
Okay. So right now the information is I don't want to say optional, but it's got flexibility. And if we were to put some more definitive language in the fall reopening plan, I guess what I wanted to know was how we should be thinking about that from a fall sports perspective. And let me give some context to the reason I'm asking. I noticed in the Idaho High School Association guidance that some of our sports, they outline, for instance, volleyball and soccer, are considered moderate risk sports today. But if the athletes are wearing masks and if they have some different safety protocols around ball management, then that moves those sports from a medium risk to a low risk. And so I guess what I'm trying to understand is what should we be thinking about if we think about adding that to our fall reopening plan requirements?
Thank you. Where we currently are, and we've already kind of started this when the mandate came in, when Boise kind of started the middle of July, when that whole situation happened, we actually sent a memo out to our coaches in our summer programs that said, right now, if we want to play sports, we need to take every step we can to make that happen. And we had, especially when Boise put in that plan, all of our coaches started wearing masks, and we had a few here and there, but for the most part, I don't think masks will be an issue if we're telling people, this gives us the opportunity to play. And so I think that's the one thing that's important to realize is people want the opportunity to play. And so what we're looking at is, if you just were to think of what a Friday night would look like, and we can use any sport, soccer, if they're not participating, they'll have a mask on. And we won't ask participants that are playing to have masks on, but anybody else on the sidelines would have masks on. The National Federation and the IHSA have come out with some great guidelines for us. per specific sports of ways to try to mitigate these steps. And we've taken those. And Trustee Johnson, you mentioned you saw the IHSA plan. That's what we plan to implement with what we've put in place, sport by sport. An example is within a 15-minute interval of a football game, you're going to see a break, and we're going to bring people over, and we're going to do wipe downs with you're going to use your own towels. We're going to give them extra time to sanitize. I would not be surprised if you didn't have a person on the sideline as they came running off. They'll have sanitizer, and they'll be, giving it to every student or player so they can wipe down their hands. The athletic trainers will, they'll spray water into somebody's mouth instead of us just giving water bottles to every person. We're going to take every step we can possibly take to make it safe for those kids, and that's been. I think it might have been Trustee Smiley said, or Trustee Newhoff, we're going to continue to evolve with this. We're going to say, hey, here's an even better way to do this. And as we go through this process, I think you can trust that we will improve and we will make great standards for our programs and putting them in safe environments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Warrior helping me to relieve some anxiety around that. So I appreciate that a lot.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Was there anyone else who would like to talk to Mr. Warr about the athletic portion?
Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Azuna.
Trustee Azuna, please.
Mr. Warr, first off, I want to say I support fall sports, so I don't want you to take my question the wrong way. But given that we're in CDH category red and not knowing yet what our stance might be on reopening, what would you say to parents that will likely ask the question how we might continue with sports given that other things are shut down?
No, I think it's a fair question. And I would just say, in today's day and age, we have a lot of information that comes at us, and it is, we get hit in different directions. We hear, this happened and that happened, and all I can do is base it off of facts. And the facts that we currently have is our kids are in a great place that participated in the West Ada extracurricular program this summer. We dealt and addressed social and emotional health. We have helped put them in a good place, and COVID is here. We either can go away from it and just say, okay, we're done, or we can deal with it and handle it as scenarios and situations come up. As we've dealt with, situations, and what I mean we deal with situations, we've had, kids that would call and, or they would contact coaches and they'll say, hey, my dad has COVID, and so, okay, you're going to stay home, and we followed the protocol. We were able to monitor with Tracy Garner's help and with our school's helps. We were able to monitor, and we were able to trace, and we didn't have any concerns this summer with that happening. Now, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but we can minimize it by the practices we've put in place. Social distancing, the hand sanitizer, face mask. Those are things that I think we can put in place. And so to go to your question, Trustee Azuna, is we all know that these kids and these families have a passion for their kids to be able to play sports. And if COVID wasn't here, that would be awesome, but it's here. So we are going to try and coexist with it and make our kids and put our kids in a safe environment. And the fact is right now, what we've done this summer, we've been able to do that. And if we get hit with a hiccup, we're going to address it, and we're going to deal with it, and we're going to minimize it. And that's where we're going to grow with this plan. And our people, and I believe you guys have had a lot of information from patrons that have sent to you, as I have too. They want the opportunity to participate and experience the normal in such an unnormal time. And that's what I think, that's our answer, is right there. Thank you.
Trustee Azuna, did that answer your question?
It did, thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Warr, I did have, actually, this is kind of getting me a few questions of my own, actually. One of which was, if we are in a red situation, so we've got, like, as we are now with CDH putting us in red. One of the things the Idaho High School Athletic Association talked about was that limiting play between schools that might be between a yellow and red, say, or that are in different statuses. I believe some schools up north, just north of us, are in yellow. We're obviously in red. That gets me thinking about how is it we could play, say, football, for instance, where you would have a team that is basically a team that is in a red district that also is playing against another red district. How can we adhere to the IHSAA's rules as far as intra-district play when we're basically transferring kids between, in essence, red areas? I mean, it just kind of creates a little quandary for me. I was hoping if you could address that.
Klopfenstein, I'll give you the best answer I can. You know, the IHSA, those are guidelines, just as the department's kind of given us those guidelines to come back. Really, as a district, we determine that. You as a school board determine where we sit. We would say at this time, because we are in red, that's why we've said, hey, let's delay right now. And I think this kind of goes back to, as Trustee Newhoff said, this is going to evolve and go further. But we're going to get in the situation, well, I hope we don't, knock on wood. If we got into the situation later in the year, we were red because we couldn't come back to school, you know, our anticipation is we would just be done with sports. I don't know if that would ever change. You know, if we were to red, I think that would be something you'd come back to the board. But as of right now, we wouldn't play a game, but we want to prepare in anticipation that we're moving to yellow, and we want to give our kids opportunity. And even in red, I think we would even argue the fact that we would even say, let's bring small groups in. Because red deals with COVID. Red doesn't deal with the mental and emotional health of our kids. And that's, I have coaches that are very concerned about, you know, kids' family lives and what they're facing at home and some of those things. But we're looking at all those factors, but COVID's been our direct contact. But to answer your question, we wouldn't play a game in red right now. We would just keep our kids in a safe manner that we could keep them close, and hopefully we anticipate to go to yellow. So hopefully that helps.
It does. Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer. One other question I had concerning sports is something that was briefly asked about moving between different levels. Like, for instance, running obviously is a low-risk sport, and it's obviously why it would be such a low-risk sport. Football is more of a high-risk sport. I guess you could say soccer would be as well, maybe lacrosse. And so is it realistic to say that we could bring a sport from being that we could change a sport's status? Is that something the IHSAA would support as far as their status, their standards go? By our practices, that is.
The guidance from the IHSA and what that is telling us is just saying, because of close contact with participants and just some of the factors it is with whether it's football or wrestling, there's a higher possibility that we could face issues in those than we would in cross country or golf or, you know, other sports. I think the important part to realize is we know that some are higher than others, and we're going to have to address on a sport by sport basis. And we've already started doing that. How do we handle football compared to how do we handle cross country? You know, and we have no issue with cross country because you can socially distance kids, you let them run, and they just go forward. I think at this point where we're looking is we know which ones are the higher risk and what factors are we trying to do to mitigate those exposures or those opportunities to spread. And you know, you just have to have that awareness that that's one of the key components of this.
Okay, I guess kind of it gets back to our original discussion about how we adhere to the standards of our medical community. And in your view, if we are in yellow and CDH is in red, um, you're still comfortable playing sports within that environment. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct, Chairman Klopfenstein, that is correct. I think that because of all the factors that we talk about in education, that we take all those into consideration, and then we try to put our kids in the safest position as possible. And so if we're in yellow as a district, then I feel that we can handle those situations and work through them on a case-by-case scenario and offer so much more to our kids in the long run. And we'll become even better at handling these situations as we go forward.
Mr. Ward, one other question I had, I was just curious about this. And it kind of goes not just with Mr. Ward, obviously Mr. Heller could answer as well, but in the case of a positive case, there are some gray areas here, obviously. One of the gray areas would be, for instance, you've got a child who is under COVID watch. Now, you did mention, Mr. Ward, that you had a case like that during the summer. That child was then, in essence, quarantined at home, where it was actually a parent of theirs. They were quarantined at home. They weren't allowed to come in for a certain number of days. I'm curious, if a child has a concern about COVID or a concern about their health, is that, is it realistic to say that no matter the position in the sport, no matter the position in the program, that they would immediately be sent home quarantined for X number of days? Is that the process?
That is correct. And it is. It's no matter the position, how many stars you have behind your name. We're really in the role of educating our parents. And as we start through this process, and as we've gone through it this summer, we've really educated. And in fact, one of the sheets that we've created, it states, do what is best for your team by practicing social distancing, wearing a mask, and sanitizing. And also, if that means that you're ill, stay home. And I think what we're gonna be really educated up on, and we do a great job of, is communicating with our kids. As you take a group of, maybe it's the volleyball team, and the first thing they come in is they're gonna go through guided questions, and we're gonna get those things. We're gonna educate parents on keep them home, and if we can keep that in line, and I think people get concerned like, oh, I'm just gonna let my kid play and go through it. That could be the worst thing for us. And that's why if we're all in this together, and if we look at this from the team aspect, every person on that team plays a vital role. And so if my vital role is for me to stay home during while I'm ill, stay home while we're ill. And I think our coaches understand the magnitude of how important this is, especially during these times. So that we've been educating, and we're gonna continue to educate everybody involved about the importance of this.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Chairman Klopfenstein, if I could.
Please, Mr. Heller, please.
I want to just add on, the work this summer, the stories that have been shared from coaches, from parents, where, the parent is sharing things like, their students are saying things like, my coach told me that if I had this symptom, I need to stay home. My coach told me that we need to do this. The amount of education and positive reinforcement of these positive preventative mitigating measures, these things that we know have an impact, and the fact that these coaches are communicating and recommending and educating not only their athletes but their parents and communicating with their parents it's been fantastic. And I think we just continue to know that our role in West Ada to educate our community, to continue to be part of that process, is critical. And we believe that the work that's done this summer has made our community better, not just in terms of athletics, but in terms of understanding how to handle the virus and how to handle prevention of the virus. And we've had kids telling their parents, no, based on this symptom, I think I need to stay home from practice today. Coach said these are the symptoms. And parents actually saying, no, I think you're fine, go to school. And that kid saying, nope, here's what my coach has said. And some of those situations, the kid ended up being a confirmed positive case. And that student, through their relationship with their coach and through their learning with their coach, has has helped change the conversation around COVID for some families. And I think that's a positive thing that we should be proud of and that athletics can continue to have a role in.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any other trustees? I'm going to nearing the end of my questions. Any other trustees with questions on the plan or anything you'd like to address?
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Newhoff, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just while we're on the topic of sports, I just wanted to kind of reiterate the discussion we just had a little bit. The thing that scares me the most is a kid getting into situation, especially some of these kids who think they might be getting a college scholarship or whatever their motivation, and doing exactly what I would have done in high school, which is said, "Oh, I got to tough it out because, Scout's here to watch me today." And I know there are a lot of parents listening, and I think Mr. Warren and Mr. Heller said a lot of made a lot of good points. I think the relationship of a kid to their coach and these instructions may change once games are being played versus, practices in July. And I hope our parents and the students out there, student athletes that are out there listening, realize that if that sort of behavior causes a problem, if we start having a big outbreak on a team because, we had non-compliance to that standard, that we may have to come back and have a discussion about this if we are going to have athletics. I mean, I think that needs to clearly be on the table. That, if we get situations where a team's got a whole bunch of people getting sick because, somebody thought they could tough it out or didn't want to say that, mom is waiting for a COVID test, we're going to have to sit and reevaluate this, I think. I hope that we don't get into that situation. I hope I'm a parent of an athlete. And I've, had long discussions with her about what her responsibilities are, just along the lines of what Mr. Warren and Mr. Heller discussed. But this one, making this work, this is up to our parents and to our athletes. And I think that, from my perspective, if that compact breaks down, then we're having a different discussion. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Trustee Newhoff. Any other trustees?
Mr. Chairman. Oh,
Trustee Johnson. Sorry, I heard
okay.
Trustee Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, Mr. Warr, I know that probably this question has come up a couple times, and I think it's really important for folks to understand the answer on it. So I'm going to ask it. Some parents have came in and said, why don't we consider pushing the fall sports to the spring? Can you talk about, I think we understand the importance of putting this fall sports. Can you just talk about why that is, what the challenges were with that?
That's a great question. We actually asked the IHSA for that, the SIC, Boise School District, West Ada School District, our districts in our area asked the IHSA for that. And it wasn't well received. And why it wasn't well received is, we bring up a large portion of the students in the state. Our two school districts together outnumber all the rest of the state combined. But we have to remember there's a lot of small districts that COVID isn't impacting the same way we are. And so they're ready to go. As I mentioned, on August 10th, we're going to have 100 and some teams throughout the state start practicing football. Well, maybe not 100 and some because we're not going to start at that time. And they're not facing the same impact we are. Now, we talk Idaho Falls probably is a little more, but other people aren't facing the same concerns we are. But they're moving forward. So we did have the discussion about this being a 4A and a 5A issue, and we brought up different scenarios about maybe we flip fall and spring. We brought up the scenario of do we move fall sports to the spring, But then you get into the dilemma of a kid that's a multi-sport athlete. You know, at our large schools, we have kids that could probably play football and some that play baseball, but we have kids that play both, and now we're making them make a choice. And so that was the reason why. You know, we'd love to have that contingency plan that, hey, if this doesn't work out, maybe we move it to the fall. The problem was we missed last spring, and so then we would be impacting track, baseball, softball, those sports twice. So to kind of summarize Trustee Johnson's question is we did ask about it, but not everybody's in the same boat that maybe West Ada is at this time.
Thank you. And I would just echo, I'm going to go with Phil because I don't know why I spaced on your last name right now, Phil, but I would just echo his concerns. I think, you know, very trusting of where we're at, but we need everybody in the community to adhere strictly to what we're doing from a safety standpoint. And if we can't, we'll have to reassess.
Trustee Johnson, did you have anything else?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Trustee Ozuna, did you have something you need to say?
No, I'm good now. Thank you.
My apologies. Okay, thank you. So was there any other comments on the plan or any concerns or questions you might have?
Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Ozuna.
Trustee Ozuna, please.
One of the things that I wanted to ask about is the elementary schedule in a yellow, for in a yellow category. And I wanted to talk about whether or not it would be better to look at half-day situation for these kids or alternating days. Some other things that I've heard are the importance of daily practice, especially for some of those younger kids that they would lose in an alternating schedule. And then also concerns around having elementary kids keeping their masks on for an entire day. And would that be easier for the students and the teachers if they were in a half a day situation? And I'm not sure if that would create more problems for parents if elementary is on a different schedule than middle and high school, but I think it's worth a conversation.
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Ozuna. So we have had some conversations regarding that very question. I know I did receive a few questions like that about considering instead of a alternating day schedule, a kind of an AM PM schedule where the team 1 kids would attend in the morning and the team 2 in the afternoon, for example. I did ask I asked Ian Updike, who's our liaison with Cascade, to try to run some numbers on what he thinks the increased cost that would be in terms of the increased transportation, because we would be running the buses, again, basically to and from school twice a day at the elementary level for all students. We do think that's potentially a cost upwards of $1.5 million increase in our busing costs. So that's obviously one factor that would have to be considered. I don't know, you know, as a parent of an elementary student, if it would change my plans or our family's plans compared to an every other day schedule to have an AM PM. I do think looking at how the buses run, the schedule would essentially end up looking like elementary students would maybe be able to be physically at school for 2.5, maybe 3 hours a day is all they would be based on being able to transition those buses. So you would be decreasing the amount of time students would actually be at school if you did the half day schedule as opposed to the every other day schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Heller. Those were things that I had not considered. One additional question on the elementary schedule. What would tuition kindergarten look like?
Well, we've had some conversations around that. I think we're still looking at what the options are. If we're in red and we aren't able to be in school, then we're having some conversations on do we not charge tuition during that portion of time? Do we prorate tuition during that portion of time? So I believe we're still we're examining a number of different options there because that's a question we have received from some of our building principals as well. So we are trying to examine the best way to do that. Obviously, if we're in yellow, we would obviously continue the tuition kindergarten. They would attend every other day. And so we're examining financially what are the implications of reducing maybe the tuition kindergarten costs for families, how that would work in terms of pulling off tuition kindergarten in a yellow and potentially back and forth into a red. So still working on logistically how that'll work, but we think we're going to have answers on that shortly. We're going to meet on that, I think, in the next day or two to finalize some of those components for the plan.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry, Trustee Johnson, please.
thank you. Since we moved off sports, I had a question it might be for Mr. Roberts. And I've been thinking about staff that are parents. And so in the situations where if we're in a yellow and we're alternating days, in some cases it may be fine because the kids are older, but especially for staff that have parents that are in that elementary school situation, what kind of opportunity or what are we looking at as an employer around supporting those staff as they're teaching the rest of our kids on those days that their kids are not in school?
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Johnson, Superintendent Reynolds, and the trustees. We have done a lot of discussing, a lot of thinking about that. We actually, when we did our focus groups, when we facilitated the business group, that was a significant question that came up. There's, it gets to be a lot of tentacles that happen when you start going down the different opportunities. We are examining opportunities that we may have. We've been talking to different daycares as potentially helping support that. Other different types of businesses that could support that. We know that when the teachers are teaching remotely or in the class, whether it's on yellow or red, that their children may be in a different situation on their school age children. But it also, again, there's a lot to it. We're considering it. I don't know if that will come up with a solution or not. Again, because there are a lot of situations where it becomes a big challenge. And I don't know that we can, I think the entire community is involved in this and we've all got to pitch in and everybody's going to have to make adjustments. So there's potentially that we'll have some options, but I can't guarantee it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Is there any other, I just want to make sure we have plenty of time. If trustees have any questions or there's some things they'd like to deliberate before we move on. We have obviously 3 choices to make. And it may not, some of your questions may not address or may not cover those choices, and maybe it's something we could bring up through email or at a later time individually. But if there is something outstanding right now that would kind of affect our vote with what we're looking at today, and you'd like to have addressed, please let me know.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Heller, excuse me.
Oh, no.
Oh, Trustee Newhoff, beg your pardon.
Hey, no worries. I had a couple of quick questions. One is, at the high school level, we have a lot of classes with external expectations, I'll say. For instance, some of our CTE classes with that lead to external certifications and things and standards that they have to attest to. We also have, obviously this rather large dual credit situation. What do we know about the impact of our yellow and red plans on those scenarios?
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Newhoff, you know, I think you bring up some good questions there. Our belief based on this, what we've talked about so far with colleges, with College Board, Stacy Lowe, as far as CTE, is working very closely as part of this entire plan, and specifically around our scheduling for Yellow and how that works. So we do believe that, you know, our partners are going to work very closely with us. They want to partner with us. They have said that, and that they're really hoping to, once we know for sure kind of a approved plan and which way we're going, you know, if they can start to align with us. What the colleges have told us is, you know, if we're on that 4x4 and we're able to still ensure that we are meeting the learning outcomes of those specific classes for the college, then they are going to be fine to continue to partner with us and provide those credits. College Board has also said they are willing to continue to be flexible and work with us. They showed tremendous flexibility in the spring and worked very closely with school districts across the country to make sure that we are able to do testing in different ways. So I'm confident that all three of those areas that you outlined, that we will be able to do those in a 4x4 Yellow schedule as well as in a red. The challenge continues to be for us, and you know, the one-to-one technology initiative that we are deploying is a pretty critical piece of Yellow and red. And so we'll just continue to say that deployment and doing that, we believe, will allow us to do things in Yellow and red much better than we were able to do in the spring, where we were relying a lot more on paper packets, especially K through 8, than we will be now. Paper packets is not something we plan to ever do again. We want to be able to use our technology devices to meet our learning outcomes with students and to use that tool. So we're confident that at AP, College Board, and concurrent credit, as well as CTE, that we can execute that in the Yellow and red schedule based on our conversations we've had with those partners.
Okay, yeah, and I appreciate that, and I mean I worry, especially with some of the CTE stuff. I mean, it's going to be hard for a kid to demonstrate a food safety. They're never in the kitchen, but you know, I mean, those are things we're going to have to cross. I just want to kind of finish off with a plea to the chair here to culminate this discussion, if that's what we're doing, with some direction about what our vote is going to encompass when we get to the action item with regards to this, and as part of that, you know, kind of share where I'm at with things. I mean, the district plan here is, in general, I don't have any concerns with. It's, you know, getting to the decision of where we're going to open up, obviously, and there's, you know, a month worth of community spread dynamics to adjust all that. But there's also what I consider to be the most critical part of this that we haven't seen yet, right? The building plans are not going to be done until August 12th or something. I think they get released, and our people aren't on contract, as has been noted. And I think there is going to have to be, and I hope this is part of the thinking, that there's going to have to be individual classroom plans. And, you know, my comfort level at saying where we're going to be and where we should go is going to be partly based on seeing that those have the appropriate measures to ensure the kids get an education, and that we've done what we can to protect our staff and our kids. So I'd ask the chair or my fellow trustees what they're thinking we're going to vote on. Are we voting on approving this plan? And then, you know, there's the question that was raised earlier about what the relationship of this plan is to CDH guidelines. And, you know, if there's some indication that, well, even if we're in red, we ought to look at Yellow, which is something that's been expressed, then that's almost a modification of the plan. So I just kind of asked the chairman where he thinks, what his vision of the motions are going to be under action item 1.
Trustee Newhoff, I really appreciate that. I think what we're basically looking at are 3 things. One, we have 3 choices ahead of us, and it's going to determine where we move toward those choices will depend on action items 2 and 3, how we move with those as well. So we could choose 3 things. One is that we all decide that we're going to go in red and that the year would start on August 27th and that we are online. Number 2 is that the board can choose to open schools in yellow with alternate day schedule, and that would begin August 27th. And we go with the calendar we have and we move forward with that. We can also approve that we won't decide status at this time, whether it's yellow or red, and that we can delay that decision and basically move the start of school to September 8th, and then also adjust the calendar to support that change. So those, to me, are the 3 decisions we have. How that relates to CDH and such obviously is an internal issue, but I think it aligns with, what we need what we need to broadcast to the community, what our thinking is. But also trying to build consensus around, do we as a board be telling the public that we're adhering to CDH? Are we leaning to CDH? I think they need to know. And that's kind of where that discussion went. But basically, we have 3 things today to talk about. Does that make sense, Trustee Newhoff?
Yeah, I think there are other, scenarios. I think there's, I think the calendar issue can be bifurcated from that 3-pronged decision you just laid out. I think we could still modify the calendar in light of considerations about the one-to-one implementation and with regards to making sure we've leveraged our staff, non-instructional staff contract days to really making sure we've got the granularity on our building and classroom level plans in whatever scenario you lay out there. I mean, as this plan is put out, we've got CDH guidance, and we're going to do one of these 3 things based on what their guidance is. If we're going to say, well, we want to reserve the option of saying, look, let's look at these plans and how they're going to, let's get a look at some of these building plans, move the calendar for 2 weeks, or I guess that's about what it is, or maybe not quite, and give us some chance to hopefully things get better in the community and we can feel all the more comfortable if we're to decide on opening yellow. I don't know. I think there's more permutations, as I see it there, because in particular with respect to the calendar.
Yeah, I have to admit, thank you, Trustee Newhoff. I think some of the things that the reason I'm kind of sticking with those 3 partly is they were suggestions by district, but also, we could cut this down into smaller pieces, true, but the reality is we really do only have 3. We're either going to go to red, yellow, or we're going to delay it to try to give our staff extra time to plan. And I think that's the one nice thing about the suggestion to go delayed to September 8th is that it does give our staff an additional 4 days of training. And that would be very valuable for them to be able to, in essence, test some of these scenarios in the district and also give us additional information that we might be looking for about what the building plans look like, which I think is an open question at this point.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Smiley.
yeah, one suggestion I would make when as we move into our next item of discussion, which is the school calendar, it might be a good idea, and I don't know if it requires a motion to do that, but that we consider the calendar first and then go back and approve the fall plan. So we just change the order of the voting on that.
I understand what you're saying there. That my concern though is that I think it leaves the option open for us to decide, a change that doesn't involve a change in the calendar. And so if we choose to move off, or if we choose not to change the calendar, in essence, in looking at the fall plan, the start of it, what level we're starting at, things like that, we're in essence choosing that at the same time. So to me, item number one gives us the most options to decide that first, and 2 and 3 fall in line. Does that make sense?
Yeah, here again, I was in my own mind, I was putting in a slightly different order, but I think that's probably maybe getting into the weeds a bit much.
It could be, yes. Trustee Johnson.
Yeah. Hey, I think I asked the question kind of around the options we were looking for earlier this week, and I got to thinking about something and I wanted to put it out for consideration. One of my concerns with delaying the decision around, even if it's, okay, let me back up. One of my concerns with delaying any decision around what phase will open in, or at least providing some general guidance on it, is that parents have been really waiting for us to give them something to plan around. And businesses have too, because they have employees that are parents. So I agree with Trustee Newhoff. I would feel much more comfortable having those building plans, because that provides a portion of the big portion of the component around safety. But I also heard some comfortability around, at least right now, if we had to make the decision today, there was some consensus around some spots we could be in. So I would like to see what your thoughts are on considering a fourth option, which is at least some general guidance that we give around what we're trying to open for, with an adjustment if we decide to change the calendar or delay out the start. So say we give some guidance today and we'll update or review in 2 weeks at our August 25th meeting if we decide to adjust the calendar.
Well, it's an item on the agenda, so we can choose to do anything we want. Yeah, I mean, we can choose to table it. If it doesn't, it's not needed. Obviously, okay. Possibility.
Sorry, that was my reasoning for when Trustee Smiley said maybe flipping those two. Deciding on that calendar then can help us decide on what kind of date we want to set around making the decision, and if we want to provide guidance now before that date and then adjust, or if we want to just do it once on that date.
I see. I'd say it relates back to the motion that we'll have at that point. But I think at this point we're really just discussing what options are. You kind of got me feeling like Mr. Heller. I guess I'm getting a question I don't know how to answer.
Chairman Klopfenstein, if I could.
Mr. Heller.
One of the things I think we have talked about internally here is we believe we do need to communicate some things to our families this week. And one of the things at the very minimum we would like to be able to communicate is, based on what we know right now, we do not believe we will be opening in green within the start of our school year. So whether our start of the school year is September 8th or August 27th, that's for the board to decide. Once that decision is made, I think we'd like to communicate that to our parents, to our community, and we would probably include language around the fact that opening will not be in Category 1 green, but then on potentially August 25th, if the delay was approved, then we would announce officially if we were opening in red or yellow at that time. I do think our parents need to start thinking about, and I know they are, but if they know that definitively green category 1 is not going to be the opening category, I think that helps them to start to plan around a yellow red conversation, moves them farther down that road. So that's something we feel strongly that at least we need to communicate that piece to our families, our community.
Mr. Heller, I truly appreciate that. You know, actually, considering some of the discussion around these 3 points, maybe some of the things that Trustee Newhoff has said, what are the impacts if we start, let's go to number 1, where we would we'd basically close all schools in red, start school on the 27th, immediately going online. How realistic is that, especially with the one-to-one situation? And just what are your thoughts on that? And as a choice.
Well, Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees, I can try to answer some of that in terms of the one-to-one. I know that our CTO, Devin DeLashman's also on, and he could probably fill in with more detail. We've received many of the devices that we have ordered, but there are many that we don't anticipate actually getting to our buildings until potentially the 24th of August. So obviously turning that around and getting those distributed by the 27th would be a challenge. Mr. DeLashman, if you're available, would you like to speak specifically to the one-to-one and the challenges of an August 27th?
Thank you, Mr. Heller. Trustee Klopfenstein, this is Devin DeLashman, CTO. We have only received 2,500 of the 11,750 devices that we have on order. So for us to open on the original schedule and to be in the red status and for students to be online would require, I think, a number of things that are challenging for us. The first being we would need to make sure that families would have to have devices that they could use. So this would be a heavy reliance on families providing the devices, which certainly is a possibility. We have seen that a lot of our families do have devices, but I think there is a significant number of families that do not have devices. And you have the next problem is internet access then for some of those families. And then finally, a majority of our elementary schools never handed out devices in the spring when we did do any of our remote learning. So the challenge for those schools is to hand out some of the devices that we do have for some of those grade levels. For K2, that would be issuing iPads and handing out some of those devices for families. And that's another challenge, that this is something that those schools have not yet prepared for or done at this point. So I think there are a number of logistical issues around opening in red and opening in the original date.
Thank you very much. Mr. DeLashman, I was curious, if we opened in yellow, say the idea of instead of red but yellow, but on the same date, August 27th, what are the impacts? Are the impacts equally as challenging for logistics with one-to-one, or is it a little bit easier in yellow?
Chairman Klopfenstein, I think the logistics are very similar. If we can get the devices to schools in time for that opening date, which we're working very hard with our partners to make sure that that could happen. If that happens, I think it provides some benefits for our families in that if students show up for school, then they could be given a device. It could be checked out during the school day while they're there and present, then they could take it home. And that would be a good start to the process. So I think it does alleviate some of the logistical issues. We still would have to do some delivery for families who could not make it to school. And I forgot that I should probably point out the one last logistical issue that we have is that our cases, we have 32,000 cases on order for our laptops. Those are not set to be to arrive in our schools or actually delivered to the district until September 9th is our projected date at this point in time. So not that that's the holdback. We could definitely hand out devices to families and let them know, how to care for the device and let them know that those cases are forthcoming and just do a second handout of those cases when they arrive.
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, Mr. DeLashman, without the cases, do you think the breakage rate would be too high, or would that be a problem?
Chairman Klopfenstein, I think that it does increase the likelihood that the breakage rates will go up. I think the setback that we have, or the thing that causes the most issue is that we have never deployed devices for students to take home. So all of the learning and all of the protocols that goes into, here's how you carry a device, here's how you put it in your backpack, here's how you take good care of your device. We've written a lot of documentation that we're getting ready to publish for families and for students, but those are protocols that teachers haven't had an opportunity to reinforce. So we talk about digital citizenship, but now we have device care on top of that, and that's just something that has not been addressed yet. So I think that device care and the breakage rates will certainly go up a little bit, but I think it's worth the risk. We all want to make sure that the school year begins in a prompt and a timely manner, and we certainly can roll with that, and we can make that work. We have a lot of information published for our principals, so they will put some of those protocols in place, and they'll make it work.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Heller, I'm just curious, as far as option number 3, opening on September 8th, could you just explain from a district standpoint and maybe from teacher training and such? I know you said additional training days would be available for teachers. As far as what does this do for the district, as far as, does it give us more wiggle room, give you more time for training? What is the positives and negatives for that choice? I mean, I guess one of the other issues I'm concerned about, and I'm assuming trustees would be concerned about this as well, is how we handle that with kind of compressed days at the end, and if that issues represents some issues for additional stresses for teachers as well.
Thank you, Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees. So, I think when we look at a typical start of the year where you have 4 days as the typical 4 days of contract time before students return, the reality of that, and any building principal will tell you that that's a really compressed amount of time to do a lot of things that we would like to do and need to do to get ready for a school year. And this year is unlike any start of school that we've ever had. And so the ability to add 4 additional days there's so many different ways that time will be used. First of all, it will allow building principals to have the various meetings that they need to have with teachers to help get them ready, and maybe do that in a more physically distanced way where they can spread staff out, maybe have them with smaller groups of teachers. Ultimately, what those 4 extra days are really going to do is allow our teachers and their PLC collaboration teams to get together in those content specific teams and really start to dig into, based on our priority standards, based on the yellow and the red, to really start to identify how they're going to execute the teaching and learning side of things at a high level. We have some planned teacher PD as well that we will be doing during this time. This was planned originally, so it'll still happen within the now 8 days. But some of that PD is around how as a teacher, do you wear a face mask or a face shield and do the different measures that we know are important? How do you make sure you're doing those correctly within your classroom? And so really some training on all of that. If you're a teacher and you're wearing a face shield, how do you appropriately position yourself in the classroom so that you are protecting yourself, but also protecting your students? If you're wearing a face mask, how do you offer up opportunities for students to take a mask break, if you will? Because as has been mentioned, wearing a mask all day long, there are concerns with that. So how do we build some things into our plans for teachers so that they're doing those things appropriately? And then our digital integration team has put together a fantastic menu of options for teachers, no matter what level of proficiency they are with the digital tools that we have, that will allow teachers and teams to get on and have a chance to learn and continue to grow in their abilities to deliver teaching and learning in a yellow and red schedule. So really the 4 days is a real bonus for us if this September 8th plan is approved in so many ways. And then we mentioned the idea that it'll also give our district or our building teams time to build those individual student plans for our IEP 504 and even English language learner students, so that we're taking their learning needs into account. So the number of benefits to this are so great for us in terms of being able to make sure that our yellow and red plans are executed at a high level. It seemed like as we talked about bringing this recommendation forward, There was just so many ways that we felt like this would benefit our students, our teachers, our staff, our community, that it made sense for us to bring the recommendation forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Trustee Newhoff, you seem to indicate that there was a fourth idea in your perspective. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Well, here's kind of what's weighing on me a bit here, that I think it plays into maybe a different scenario. So the way this discussion's evolved, one of the ideas that's been put forward is no matter what CDH's recommend or level that they've determined when we start school, that we ought to be in yellow. Okay, and without debating that one way or the other, I think we've got a question in what the motion is and how we address the plan, because that's what we're voting on, is if that's the way people are leaning, do we just say we're not following we're not going to follow CDH guidelines, or that we're saying what our recommendation in the case of being in category 3, what our recommendation for the nature of our school opening is going to be different than what's in that plan now, that instead of, if we're in red, that we're not going to do that it's not going to automatically trigger a closure. I mean, we may come to a situation where we say, this thing's got so far out of hand that we're going to have to close or something, but that the motion would be that we leave open the that an alternating day schedule is a possibility when CDH says we're in red, if that's the way people are thinking. Do you understand what I'm getting at there, Mr. Chairman?
So which basically goes back to that beginning conversation where the philosophy of letting CDH lead means, do we go in yellow if we are in red? Is that correct?
No, I think you're confusing two things. There's CDH is going to say what the level of community transmission is. Our document says what our response to the level of community transmission is. Okay, so yellow, the way I conceive of things, the green, yellow, and red, what that is saying is what the level of transmission is, right? That upper part of those tables. The lower part says what our response is. Okay, green, we're going to have, schools are going to be open with increased hygiene, et cetera. And under yellow, we say we're going to have an alternating day schedule. Under red, we say we're going to be closed. What I'm suggesting is that we shouldn't ignore or explicitly come out and state that we're ignoring what the actual color level is, but our discussion, and I'm hoping, as I said earlier, I'm hoping that we're going to revisit what our response to these color levels are. I mean, my dream would be that we could be like St. Luke's and we could operate fully in red once we're down the path a little bit more, along with every other school in the country, and we figure out things that could actually, work to keep people safe from this particular safety issue. So what I'm suggesting is that if the inclination of the trustees is going to be to say that, we want to give guidance now that we're going to be in not that we're in yellow, that we're going to operate under an alternating day schedule. And I very much appreciate Mr. Heller's comments that there's no way we're in green in terms of community transmission. What our parents want to know is not what we think CDH is going to say 2 weeks from now. What they want and what's burning in their mind is how we're going to be operating the schools, and I think that we ought to have the guts to get out here and say, at this level of community transmission, this is how we're going to operate the schools. And if the majority of the board's will is that under substantial community transmission that we're going to go to an alternating day schedule, And I would suggest if you do that, have the option still for closures if we think we need them, then that would be the way to cast that, as opposed to what I interpreted from your three scenarios.
I understand. It sounds to me like, okay, I'm just, I'm trying to understand because I want to make sure we have some very deliberate options. And what I get the sense from what you're saying is that that there's a fourth option, or at least there's another option of which to change with the scenario. So again, I totally understand if CDH is red, we have our red protocol. We can change that protocol. I understand that. Time is against our side to decide today on that. That would be the challenge. Or at least if there is, we would need at least some additional time to deliberate. So how do you feel? Do you feel comfortable proposing something today, or would it be best to have something later on?
Well, I guess, I don't know. I mean, it depends on whether, you know, it's a board decision. All I'm saying is that I think whatever we do, we have to be fully realistically acknowledging what the epidemiology is, and our plan ought to respond to that in a way that is safe for the kids, and considering the totality of everything. And I think my interpretation of some of my colleagues' comments is that they think that we ought to open up in an alternating day schedule no matter what, and that's certainly something to discuss and to, you know, go to a vote. Then what I'm suggesting is that becomes part of our red response, so that we're you know, an option in our red response. Okay. And whether we want to push off that actual decision to the 25th or whatever, fair enough. But I think we need to be true to the reality of the epidemiology. And if what we need in that scenario to make everything happen right is to, you know, have an additional option under red, then that's the way we ought to approach it.
I totally understand. That makes total sense.
Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Ozuna.
Trustee Ozuna, please.
I appreciate this conversation. I have the plan pulled up. Is it possible for us to look at page 5 of the plan and actually look at the categorization? Because I think part of the problem is how we have this written. And I'll give you an example. So it says category 3 red, you know, it's got all the categories there. Those are really aligned with what CDH is telling us, I believe. And then there's some definitions, and that's probably also coming from CDH. And then there's this level of operation. And is that coming from CDH, or was that developed by West Data? And the reason that I would ask that is because when you go down to the categorization and the operational plans, in red, schools are closed. But in the boxes above, level of operation, it could be targeted short-term or extended school closure. And I think we somehow need to pull this together to really show what our intentions are. And then also as a side note, to add on to what Dr. Newhoff was saying, if we want to talk about a potential open in a 100% remote setting, I'd like to have some conversations realistically about what that looks like. Do elementary students know how to use Teams? Do kindergartners know how to use a device? What is the training going to be for those kids? I mean, I just like to talk about some of those details. I don't want it to look like I'm ignoring the science that's out there or the recommendation from CDH or from the experts that came in and spoke to us. That weighs really, really heavy on me. I'm just not certain that we can, I don't want to say I'm not certain that we can pull it off, but I have concerns about how remote learning looks.
So Chairman Klopfenstein, if you are okay, I can respond to some of those questions and comments.
Please, Mr. Heller, please.
So Trustee Ozuna, I would say first, the chart that you're referencing is really very, very much aligned to what CDH has provided, as are those definitions that are directly below. When you get into the bottom of page 5 and page 6 and 7, as you look at the operational plans, those are essentially what we have currently in the plan for what would happen in green, yellow, and red. So those are West Ada, how we would operate in yellow or red. I would also add that the CDH recommendations that they are providing are just that. They are recommendations. And there is certainly, if you look at the definitions of red and the level of operation in that chart, targeted short-term or extended school closure, I think there is, you know, the Board of Trustees can interpret that within the level of the CDH category of red, our operations very well could be using what we currently have listed in yellow with the alternating day schedule. And that is something the board needs to make some decisions on. And I believe, you know, at the start of this, one of the things I stated was ultimately the board needs to decide their comfort level with how aligned our operational plans are to the CDH categories, and if there is a desire that in a category 3 based on CDH recommendations for us to use our operational yellow planning, West Ada School District is ready to adopt and make those changes within this plan to do that. And so we are the more that we can have our students in our schools and our classrooms, we believe that's the best thing for students in their teaching and learning. So we can make that change in terms of our operational plan. So Trustee Newhoff talking about that very same idea, I think we can make that change to this plan if that is the will and the recommendation of the board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heller. At this time, we've been at this now for about 2.5 hours. I would like to just have a quick 5-minute break. Trustee Newhoff, during this period, if you wouldn't mind, if you have some specifics you'd like to, I understand what you're looking at and possibly making a change on this. Just as far as going forward, what you'd like to think about, if you might have something you'd like to address, that would be ideal. And then we can come back to it when we come back from the break. Would that be fair?
So just so I understand what you're asking, you're wanting me to like verbalize what I think a motion might be? Or?
No, not so much. It's more, we're still in the discussion phase. And what I want to make sure is that staff has the time to respond to anything, any direction you might be thinking of. That's what I'm really concerned at this point. That if there is something you're looking at as a change to the plan, that they would have the ability to respond to it and give us direction.
Okay, yeah, I'll be happy to discuss that when we come back.
Awesome, thank you very much. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break and we'll return shortly. Thank you. Okay, are the trustees back?
This is Trustee Johnson. I'm
Trustee-
here.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson.
Smiley.
Trustee Smiley,
Trustee Newhoff.
Trustee Newhoff, and Trustee Ozuna, you back?
I'm back. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So we left, I realized, Trustee Newhoff, we wouldn't give you much time to prepare, but just hoping to hear your thoughts on what you think an additional option might look like.
Okay, so I think Trustee Azuna's questions kind of hit the nail on the head. If you look at the colored tables, okay, there's the upper, 2/3 of it that are epidemiological conditions. Exactly. Thank you. Okay. The titles and the definitions, those are what's going on in our community. And the level of operation part, as Mr. Heller just said, is something that we crafted based on all of the variable guidance that exist out in the universe right now to what the what our response is going to be in terms of operations. Okay, if one of the things that people want to entertain is to, for instance, be able to have an alternating day schedule even when we're in red, then I think that if you go back up to the level of operations part there, that we need to add that as an option. And I would suggest keeping the targeted short-term or whatever school closures as another option, because we could run into a situation where there's an outbreak in the school and we're going to have to close it down because no one's going to be well enough to do any learning anyway, right? So so my suggestion here is that we retain our adherence to outside experts' guidance about what levels of transmission are currently in our community and what the definition of community that's sitting here, but that we add an option to the red category if that's what people want to do, because that's kind of what I'm hearing is that it's going to be there's a lot of concern about whether we could effectively educate the kids under red and other considerations as well. And if that's the way it's going to go, then the reality is that we're going to be doing an alternating day schedule under red. So let's just come out and say that that's a possibility. And my comfort level with us doing that is going to be dependent on how well we can pull together the building and classroom level plans. But that's my suggestion, is that we, as this fourth option, and it's independent of what our start date is, but that we add an option in the level of operation for red, and we're going to have to pick a time to, if the will of the board today is going to be to say that our level of operation is going to be alternating days, no matter, we're going to be in yellow or red. If you want to say that we're going to go alternating days to start, then that's the option. But and there's no point in having all of this verbiage about following CDH, and I think it's a good thing. We should look to them, and we should acknowledge where our community is at. And I think certainly long term, and maybe now, there could be options under red. Okay, so I mean, my hope is that we could have what we list now as green eventually under red when we move on through this process as a society and see how to manage schools. So I don't know, is that clear to you, Mr. Chairman? I'm not sure how else to express it.
It is very clear. My only, I totally understand. I think you're basically trying to get us to stop thinking apples, oranges, and try to mix scenarios here. And I totally agree. What my question back to you, just again, it's a clarifying question, is what other, like for instance, extracurricular activities, sports under a red scenario, do you see that being more restrictive? Is that a difference between red and yellow in your mind? Or is that something also you're proposing?
Well, it's kind of unclear to me how all the pieces fit together in terms of activities. I mean, there's not, and it certainly depends on the activity. I mean, I would think that you probably wouldn't change your mitigation measures between yellow and red at all. I mean, you know, if you're having kids show up to school or show up to practice or whatever, I think I think the situation is going to evolve further given what each school district's going to do. I think the activities question needs to be bifurcated from the learning plan, is my overall opinion. I mean, I think we need to decide, or somebody needs to decide. I mean, I think there needs to be more guidance from IHSAA personally about how they're going to handle things under these different scenarios. And they do have, I mean, I've read the documents and there is some, I think there's going to be more clarity that's needed, and the problem's going to end up being the issue of, you know, let's say Canyon County continues to struggle with this and things get better in Ada County, are we going to play Nampa? You know, those are the kind of questions that are going to come up, and I think they need to be bifurcated from what we're discussing right now.
Excellent. I do appreciate that expansion. Kind of expanding on that. Mr. Heller, would you like to, I'd love your response to this and just to see what reaction you have to that. Maybe Mr. Warr could jump in as well.
Well, I'll respond first to just this conversation regarding even though category 3 might be the defined category from CDH, that our operational plans could include the alternating day schedule. And that is something that I believe as a district we would support, the opportunity to still bring our students in on an alternating day schedule, even when community spread from CDH is listed in category 3 red. We really feel like all of our operational building plans that are happening regarding how to handle everything from passing periods to lunch to dismissal, busing on an alternating day schedule, we feel very strongly that we can do that at a level that's going to allow us to continue to have school and not negatively impact our community spread. So I will say that. In terms of athletics, I'm certainly will defer to Mr. Warr. I think we want to continue to make decisions about how we handle operationally our district in terms of school and students attending school, and then separate the athletics extracurricular component. So there potentially are some differences there. I do think if we're able to operate in yellow, operate in an alternating day schedule with students, then I feel very strongly that we can do the things that we already are doing in athletics this summer and can expand that into the fall. But Mr. Warr, thoughts on that?
Thanks, Mr. Heller. Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Newhoff. I think this is one of those slippery slopes that we kind of have to deal with, but we can handle it. I do think if we were in red, there are certain things that we could do on the extracurricular side that could still be allowed. And I guess the question is if we can provide a safe environment for kids, and it's going to benefit them in, the life opportunities and things that we face, then we should probably look at those things. This might be a time where we might have to pick and choose. And when I say pick and choose, I think we look at every individual activity that we have, and we discuss. We look at it. I don't think everything fits in the same mold on this one, but most definitely something that somebody compared this to it like it's a snow day. And I'm like, this is the worst blizzard I've ever seen. And so right now, I think we have to think outside the box in providing safe opportunities for our kids. And if that means doing so in red, I think we look at it and we're creative if we can do it in a safe manner.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heller, just curious, is it wise to combine athletics within the different
Wow, I'm not sure how to answer that one necessarily. We have really focused on our athletics plans related to the stages, the governor's phases of reopening. That's been our plans this summer. Everything is kind of revolved around that. I know that when SIC has met, a lot of conversations have been regarding that for extracurriculars. So the guidelines that those provide in terms of where we are. So, I don't know that I want, again, I would like to, as much as possible, not intermingle our operational plans for day-to-day operations for schools and then our extracurricular plans. I think they're different, they're separate. There's some different mitigating factors. There's some different things we have to decide. I think if we're not bringing our kids to school and our kids are at home in red, and we're at the point where we aren't comfortable doing an alternating day schedule in red based on what's going on in our community, then, as Mr. Warr said earlier, then we're very likely hitting the pause button completely on sports for that time anyway. But I think if we're at a point with category 3 in our community that we can do an alternating day schedule, then I think that we can also execute athletics given the precautions that are already in place that Mr. Warr has talked about, and that I think we're only going to continue to get better at as we move into the fall.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I would also like to ask Dr. Rannells if she would like to speak on this, just because obviously this is a plan she's been integral with, and if she might have some comments.
Thank you, Chairman Klopfenstein. Trustees, I have thoroughly enjoyed the conversation and the thoughtfulness of the discussion. I just always want to go back and thank the team that has worked on this for so long and all of the questions the trustees have provided as we've gone along to help us formulate the plan. So when it comes to the idea of adding that piece to the category 3 or the red in terms of the alternating schedule, based on everything we have in place, based on the work the regional directors are doing with the principals and creating those plans, knowing that we might have a little extra time to get those completed in a way that makes everyone feel confident and safe. I think Dr. Neuhoff's idea of adding the alternate day schedule under category 3 as an option would be wonderful. And it is August 4th. So we still have some time to see what happens within the community. And I know that CDH will provide information again next week in terms of the trend of the transmission of the virus. So from a school district standpoint, if we can safely bring our students and our staff back for even part of the week, I I believe that's what most people would prefer. For those parents who are still uncomfortable, or they're anxious about it, or they have medical issues at home, I think the virtual schoolhouse is going to be a wonderful option. And for our athletics and our activities, I agree with Chairman Klopfenstein and Mr. Heller to keep those separate in a way from the day-to-day operations of running the schools. There will be many similarities, but we have opportunities to be even more flexible with conditioning and workouts right now. So I think those are some considerations to make. I do know that we cannot fail. We have to be successful in whatever we choose to do for the opening of this school. So anything we can do to set ourselves up for success, I think would be the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reynolds. Do any other trustees have comments or questions at this time? Thank you very much. Then at this point, I'd say our discussion for the fall plan is wrapping up, and we can then move on to item number 2, which would be the calendar. I'm assuming this will be a very short discussion, because we basically have 2 options, but basically the calendar is going to look different based on what option we choose, and maybe we should explore what those 2 options would look like, or what the differences would look like. And I'm assuming, Mr. Heller, you'd be leading this discussion.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Yoakum at this point, I think, would present the specific proposal to the board.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Yoakum, you have the floor.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Superintendent Randles. So the proposed changes, if we were to go to a September 8th start, are illustrated there on the screen. The items, of course, with the strikes have not been eliminated. They've just been moved. Well, most of them have not been eliminated. They've been moved to other days. Anything in red, of course, is something new. So the proposal would be to start on September 8th, the day after Labor Day. And then we would dismiss for the year on June 9th. So we move the start date forward by 7 days and the end date by 3 days. And then we would have school on the 4 no school collaboration days that were originally scheduled. So those would come off the schedule entirely. Everything else has just been bumped accordingly. The quarters have been adjusted so that they are balanced. And that's primarily for middle school with their quarter electives or their quarter exploratory classes. So that's 43 days first quarter, 44 days second quarter, 44 days third quarter, and 42 days for the fourth quarter. And that puts the semesters at 87 and 86 respectively. The hours of instruction will not change. We're basically taking 6 regular days and 1 Wednesday and adding 6 regular days and 1 Wednesday. So instructional time is even across the board. The only changes, of course, are what you see on the proposal there in front of you. So I think that's all the input I had. I could stand for any questions on this proposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoakum. Trustees, do you have any questions for Mr. Yoakum?
This is Trustee Ozuna.
Trustee Ozuna, please. You have the floor.
Mr. Yoakum, did I hear that this gives the teachers additional professional development days, or it just shifts the days to the beginning?
Mr. Chairman, Trustee Ozuna, it would give the teachers, instead of those 4 collaboration days sprinkled throughout the year, those would occur at the beginning. Those would occur at the beginning of the school year. So there would be some additional PD time. I believe we're talking about the teachers coming back on contract August 26th rather than August 21st. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 days before the start of the school year.
Okay, great. And then what is the impact for them losing the collaboration days? I guess,
Well,
what do they do during the collaboration time, and what is the overall impact if they lose those?
Mr. Chairman, Trustee Zuna, the collaboration days during the year, of course, are to discuss student achievement and compare data, work on things like common assessments. It really aligns with the PLCs that are incorporated in the buildings for the Late Start Wednesdays. Not having those during the school year simply moves those activities to the start of the school year, which in this particular situation we felt was necessary in order to still provide them time to do that collaboration. It would just be at the start of the school year.
Chairman Klopfenstein, this is Mary Ann. Trustee Ozuna is begging a great question because we work so hard to create those 4 collaboration days, and they've been so well received and utilized by our staff. But in visiting with Mr. Thies, is the president of our association and is on our committee, and in his conversations with staff, the pressing need to make sure that everyone feels confident in their training on Microsoft Teams and on blended learning strategies for teaching, and for having the opportunity to meet with their team earlier before school starts. So, for example, a 4th grade team of teachers can sit down and map out the first month or so of school in terms of, here's what it will look like when we teach our unit on photosynthesis. Here's what it will look like when the kids are with us. Here's what it will look like when the kids are at home. And here's how we can best meet the needs of our students when it's more of a blended approach. So it is a swap, Trustee Ozuna. We won't have the 4 days throughout the year. So in the past, we have scheduled those collaboration days to coincide when the region directors meet with the principals throughout the year for the data talks, so that we can monitor student learning throughout the year and make sure that we're on track. So it's a compromise.
Dr. Reynolds, would you, this is Trustee Klopfenstein, just curious, do you consider this a kind of a taking HRS and kind of holding it back for a year because of the COVID?
I think this is what HRS is all about. So
Okay.
if nothing, it's really when we talk to our teachers toward the end of the school year, and the comments we were hearing from them was that they've never collaborated so much as they did this spring in terms of making sure that they were designing quality lessons for the kids and figuring out how best to engage students when they were at home. So as messy as it was, I think it was even more compelling and more reflective of what HRS is all about. And it when you're brave enough to look at your errors, when you're brave enough to look at what didn't work, and try to figure out how to make it better. I think that's what HRS is all about. And when you think also that most of our schools are still working on quality teachers in every classroom, this just lends itself to looking at engaging kids in a new and different way. Our teachers are amazing. They're the most creative, the most passionate group I've ever had the good fortune to work with. So I think we will continue our journey with high reliability schools. It might look a little different. We might adjust the timeline. What's great about our schools is they control that piece. So to answer your question, I think we will stay the course with HRS because it makes so much good sense. And knowing that we're continuing to focus on great classroom teaching and great instruction, now it's just the delivery model is different, and I think it will make us better.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reynolds. I appreciate that. Any other
Chairman.
questions? Trustee Smiley?
One of the things that I'm feeling good about with this is what I hear from Dr. Reynolds, and what I've heard so far is it's really important that our teachers absolutely be an integral part of this. And collaborating with Mr. Teese and the other people, people are a lot more willing to go along with the change in plans if they feel like they were part of the process than rather just having something done to them. And I like that aspect, and I think that's really important as we look at this.
Thank you, Trustee Smiley. Any other comments or questions concerning the calendar? Thank you very much. We will move on then to revised policy 604, schools of choice. Mr. Heller, will you be leading that discussion?
Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees, I believe that our region directors, Marcus Myers and Mandy White, are going to lead this conversation, as they were the ones, along with Eric Exline, who made the adjustments for options to be considered.
Thank you very much. Please go right ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. I'll be presenting this evening. Dr. White is downstairs at the enrollment fair currently right now. So, in your response to your request, I'm bringing policy 604, schools of choice, to you for possible revision. Based on your input and communication from our patrons, I'm bringing you 3 possible options to help drive your discussion. I'll present all 3 of those options, and then afterwards we'll talk about the pros, cons, and potential ramifications of each. Policy 604 has potential to be impacted by student enrollment at the virtual schoolhouse, specifically those students wanting the option of online learning through virtual schoolhouse and returning to their school of choice. Additionally, although not directly related to policy 604, there is a potential impact of students from CAP schools, specifically Hillsdale Elementary, wanting the same option of returning to Hillsdale from virtual schoolhouse. To add data to your decision, I believe Clerk Newbold shared current enrollment for schools of choice with you on Friday, but as of Friday, these numbers have increased significantly. So I apologize. I apologize for not having these displayed on the screen. However, these change every minute, and I wanted to provide the most accurate information as possible. As of right now, enrollment at virtual schoolhouse is 1,288 completed enrollments, and that was as of about an hour and a half ago. Current enrollments are at 1,322. 188 of these students are from schools of choice. On average, 14 students from each school of choice have transferred to the virtual schoolhouse, and this ranges from 7 to 20 students. 13 students have transferred from our capped school, Hillsdale. So the 3 options I bring in before you in regards to the policies, we'll start with the first option. The first option is all students from a school of choice who transfer to the virtual schoolhouse will have their space saved and may return to their original school of choice following the semester, knowing that we'll save those spaces for the following one semester only. Pros to this option for your discussion is that those saved spaces will provide some level of certainty for parents and students in an uncertain first semester of school. Cons to this, filling spaces from a wait list when students return, because we've saved those spaces, we've now created the potential of a significant number of students wanting to return from virtual schoolhouse, especially when we announce that we're opening up saved spaces for those students. So right now, currently those spaces are not being saved, and it was announced that we wouldn't hold those spaces, but that unless a student had a medical reason based on a documentation from a physician on a 504 or an IEP, and it was that medical reason was documented there. So outside of that situation, those seats weren't automatically saved. And so if a student were to return at semester or within a semester, they would be placed basically on a priority list for that lottery school. Okay, so we weren't holding those positions. Now, this option one basically states we would hold those positions regardless of a medical need or not, and those students could just return the following one semester and we'd save their seats for one semester only. So they wouldn't have to redo the lottery process. Option two. Thank you, Troy. Option two adds a line to the establishing priority lines on the lottery process currently in existence. Basically, students who are already enrolled and attending a lottery school who transferred to the virtual schoolhouse during the previous year would then be would have established priority on that next lottery draw. So we wouldn't save their positions, but then we would place those students on essentially a priority list. And when that lottery draw happened the next year, we would follow the same lottery process we always do with regards to those students who are on a priority list. So pros to this, our priority status is already a part of the school of choice lottery process and policy. It's respectful of students who have followed that policy and who have been on a wait list for quite a while. So it does allow us to more easily fill students from a wait list into open seats at a lottery school should they become available as a result of transfers to other schools or transfers to virtual schoolhouse. Then option number three. Option number three basically makes no changes to policy 604. Rather, we would rely on the current in-district transfer process that's based in policy 501.9 that provides guidance for student transfers. And these are the student in-district transfer and out-of-district processes that we currently use now. So the form is completed by parents. It's submitted to the school principal in an in-district transfer, and there is a line in the in-district transfer process that takes into consideration schools and transfer of schools from students who are on a lottery. This would allow for principals and administration to take a more case-by-case approach and also include requests for transfers between semesters. Administration would then just continue to evaluate enrollment numbers at individual schools and the virtual schoolhouse and bring any revisions further that we may need as a result of increased enrollment to policy 501.9. So the pros to this possible option is that we'll individualize decisions based on the enrollment and resource needs at each building. It places the approval process back into the hands of principals because principals would then review. They know those students best who have chosen to transfer within the district, including virtual schoolhouse. They know the resources available at that school, and they can communicate with the directors and supervisors of those resources. It also follows current process and takes into account individual student needs. Cons of that is because we're individualizing those needs, there is a perception that it is inconsistent among schools. The process of procedure is not inconsistent. Principals still rely on the industry transfer process, and Troy had put up the industry transfer form there that helps summarize a lot of that process. So we'd rely on the current process we have available now, where principals have the determination to look at their current wait lists, to look at their current enrollment, and for students who are at virtual schoolhouse wanting to return, they would be able to evaluate numbers of students in classrooms at the time, numbers of students on the wait list, be able to fill seats as they became available, but still always consider the number of students at Virtual Schoolhouse from their brick and mortar site that may be returning at semester or at the end of the school year. And so it would allow for principals to do a lot of that planning and involvement of making sure that they're balancing those classes and still providing resources. And at the same time, providing an option for parents and communicating with parents directly in very uncertain times. Understandably, there are pros and cons for each option. Overall, the potential ramifications to either of the options mainly has to do with shifting brick and mortar resources, mainly our teaching staff, to Virtual Schoolhouse based on enrollment. Given the changing nature of the year we're about to embark on, it's very likely we'll need to revisit enrollment needs and concerns as we progress. It is likely that if a determination is made on one of these three options in revising policy 604, it would, in a sense, open a door, which is what we want. We want to provide that option for parents and students at Virtual Schoolhouse and at our schools of choice. But also by doing that, it creates a situation where we may have a tremendous amount of unfilled seats at a school of choice that we're saving. It creates a situation where we may end up having numbers of students who have been on a wait list, not able to access those seats even though they've been on a wait list and followed that policy. And it also creates a situation where if we do open it up to save seats, we are providing an option for parents and ones that, you know, we want to provide for kids. We truly do, especially now. We want to provide that option, but we want to make sure that the resources are there when they return, because there is a potential of a shifting teacher FTE and staffing to Virtual Schoolhouse from some of those schools of choice. And so we want to be very careful with the way in which we go about that. Fill seats as needed, use our resources and capacity the best we can, but also noting that we do need to take a look at some of this policy and make some revisions as time goes on, if needed, and continue to evaluate enrollment. So trustees, at this time, I'd be happy to clarify anything presented to help drive your discussion and any further recommendations you may have regarding possible options. Thank you.
Mr. Myers, thank you very much. I appreciate that overview. Trustees, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Smiley.
Mr. Myers, one of the questions I've had, because we've gotten a number of communications from parents, and I really appreciate that West Ada has been one of the pioneering districts, you know, for a decade now, in giving choices to parents. But, you know, one of the aspects of making a choice is you make a choice and you kind of have to go to it. And I feel a little uncomfortable that the district would be put in a place to where we essentially have to hold 2 slots open in case they change their minds. And that seems like a not effective use of our teachers, our resources, and so forth, because as you know, we have a lot of places where there's not a lot of available seats, other schools where there are. What would be your recommendation as far as the plan that you feel, based on what you see now, would give those best choices without kind of locking us in?
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Smiley, given current numbers where they're at with enrollment with Virtual Schoolhouse and our schools of choice, including our CAP school, Hillsdale, it would be my recommendation that we continue to evaluate enrollment numbers, look at resources that we have available, because there is the potential of, if we use current industry transfer policy and we give the decision-making power to the principals to have those discussions together, there is the opportunity at some of our buildings, not all of the school of choice buildings, but at some of them, to absorb students coming back from Virtual Schoolhouse, if they choose to come back from Virtual Schoolhouse, without disrupting, without creating a significant overcrowding issue in those classrooms. So, for example, right now, I'm just looking at numbers here, at Barbara Morgan. So at Barbara Morgan right now, there are 8 students who have enrolled at Virtual Schoolhouse, it is likely Barbara Morgan could reabsorb those 8 students should they return from Virtual Schoolhouse. But as we discussed about the ramifications, I think we need to continually evaluate and look at those enrollment numbers, and we are multiple times a day. And having conversations with the principals of these school of choice schools and keeping them updated, because if we open it up differently by policy and change the way we do things now, there is the potential of that number increasing dramatically, and a principal wouldn't be able to reabsorb it back into the system. So it is likely that our schools of choice who typically have capped classroom numbers, it is likely that they're going to go over that cap by a couple of students. So instead of having 25 students in a 3rd grade classroom, it may be that we bring some students back from Virtual Schoolhouse and they have 27. So right now, in conversations with principals from school of choice schools, they feel like that is their best option, is they could reabsorb those students given the current enrollment numbers we have now. Now that may change if it increases. And then in addition, with conversations with the principal at Hillsdale, she feels the same way, that given current numbers of 13 students who have enrolled at Hillsdale, she could reabsorb those back into the system if need be, given current enrollment. But principals are going to need to be able to make that decision.
Okay, that helps.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, Renee.
Trustee,
Go ahead.
sorry, Trustee Johnson or Trustee Ozuna, wasn't sure who giving it. Oh, go ahead.
Go to Renee. I'll wait.
Okay, Trustee Ozuna, please.
Okay. I was just going to say, I think my preference is actually option number 1, but I do have some questions about the way that policy reads. And the reason is that these families need to know what their situation looks like so that they can make a choice. And if they're relying on the transfer process, then there's no guarantee that they're going to get back in. And even within that, there's some language in the transfer policy, which I know that you've showed us the form here, but there's a transfer policy. And I think with the transfer policy, it reads that it's the first person that submits the request, and there's some other language in there and how that transfer works. So I have some concerns around that, but really for me, I think we need to make a decision so these parents know exactly what it looks like so that they can make their choice going forward. What I'm curious about, when we're talking about staffing, all of our schools, not just schools of choice, have students that are going to move over to the Virtual Schoolhouse. And so we're going to have decreasing numbers across the board and need to make some accommodations for that. And at some point in time, whether it's the end of the semester or the end of the year or sometime down the road, these students might elect to come back to their home school. What makes the school of choice different than any other school related to the staffing needs if we were to hold those spots? I mean, I understand that there's a concern that if we take kids off the waiting list and fill the spots, then that might put them over capacity. But if we elect to not do that, how is this different than a traditional school?
Chairman Klopfenstein, what makes them different is that classrooms and enrollment is capped at schools of choice. And so what happens is there is the potential of, if we fill open seats with students who have gone to Virtual Schoolhouse with students from a wait list, then the students from Virtual Schoolhouse who return that following semester or within semester, there is the potential of going past that cap. And you are correct in that other schools across the district who aren't school of choice schools in the lottery, they will see more fluctuations in those classroom enrollments and school enrollments. They're going to experience that as students, if students choose to return from Virtual Schoolhouse. So essentially, by saving a spot, some of the potential issues with that could arise just for discussion would be that we save spots. I mean, significant number of students from a school of choice go to Virtual Schoolhouse. That same significant number of students returns a semester, and we could have overcrowded classrooms at a school of choice. Pretty significantly overcrowded classrooms. Now, again, though, that's all dependent on enrollment numbers, and right now those change every day.
Can I just ask the question, why do we have to fill those seats? Why can't, the lottery's been done, correct, for the year?
Correct.
Why would we have to fill those seats? All of the other schools across our district are losing students to the virtual schoolhouse. So there's open seats across the district. I understand that might feel bad. Somebody's been on a list for a couple of years and, gosh, this is now their time. But these are extraordinary circumstances. I mean, I guess, is it your recommendation that no matter what, if we have students moving out, we're filling those off the wait list?
That is, I don't know that that's part of my recommendation. I think in some circumstances, I think a principal would ask that question. Why do I need to fill every open seat that I have? It could be that if principals use in-district decision-making now for transfers, they can make decisions around filling numbers of seats, not filling numbers of seats so that they can plan on virtual schoolhouse students returning if need be. But I do think it's going to take a tremendous amount of communication, as all things are right now, to make sure principals understand the number of students who are at virtual schoolhouse where their brick and mortar school is a school of choice. So if principals have that discretion, they can ask themselves, do I need to fill every single open seat I have, or can I try to create a balance between those at virtual schoolhouse who may return, the open seats I have, and the waitlist students who are waiting?
Yeah, one of the things that has been weighing on me ever since we had our health experts come in and talk to us is when Dr. Souza talked about, the changes that they made at the hospital and kind of rebuilding everything from the ground up. And he mentioned that they changed 200 policies to account for COVID in their system. And I think that's the reality of what we're in. I mean, we do need to rethink some things and just rethink the way that we're doing this. And not to say that we haven't changed policies, because I know we've changed a handful of them, but I'm not afraid to take a different look at things in how we accomplish our goals this year. I guess that's my only comment.
Thank you very much, Trustee Ozuna. Are there any other questions or comments? Trustee Johnson, did you have a question or comment?
Trustee Ozuna asked the question I was going to. I did maybe have one thought, and Marcus, this is just so the way the policy language reads right now, this is an ongoing change in option 1. I support, so first of all, virtual schoolhouse is new. We're going to have to figure out how we shift around with virtual schoolhouse enrollment every year, right? Because it's going to be different. And then if we allow that shift back and forth at semester, that's an ongoing new part of our school district system that we're going to have to work through. What I wanted to know was what your thoughts are around putting some language in here to make this a 2020-2021 option so we can see how it works, see how the management works, and also give parents that certainty because they also haven't tried our virtual schoolhouse yet either.
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Johnson, we would be happy to entertain any thoughts with regards to language in the policy that would allow us to make ongoing decisions, knowing that enrollment with virtual schoolhouse is something new, and the impact across West Ada schools will be something that is new and we will learn from as we move on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Johnson. Are there any other questions?
Can I ask a quick question about the way, this is Trustee Ozuna, the way that policy reads for option 1? It talks about they can have their space saved and may return to their original school of choice the following semester, and that spaces are only saved for 1 semester. And so if, given this uncertain environment that we're in, if a student were to move to the virtual schoolhouse, the way that I'm reading this is that they would have to return back to their school of choice for the second semester or lose their seat. Is that the intention here? It's not saved for an entire school year? And if that's the intention, how often do kids come in for second semester?
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Ozuna, the idea of adding one semester at a time to that language was just to give a timeliness factor to students moving in and out of virtual schoolhouse, knowing that we are encouraging semester movement, although we are looking at on an individual basis students transferring in and out of virtual schoolhouse at any schools in West Ada. We are encouraging semester movement. Not only from a curricular learning standpoint, but just from a transition of resources should we need to at semester. So if we need to take another look at enrollment at virtual schoolhouse that may transition back to a brick and mortar school, it would be wisest to do that at a semester level. The reason for the language in here, like I said, was just to try to place some timeliness factor in it so that we could be prepared and have the resources available should students choose to transfer back or choose not to.
Thanks for that. Could we potentially then look at the end of the year? Because when you say semester, you don't want movement like in the middle of a quarter.
Correct. That would be not advisable.
Right. So with this policy, I guess one thing, I think that it would be fair to look at it year to year. I mean, hopefully, you know, we can get rid of this piece completely out of the policy next year, but maybe we can even add language that for this year, if you transfer to a virtual schoolhouse, we'll save your space throughout the 2021 school year. You know, so that's available at the start of the next school year.
Absolutely. Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Ozuna, if it's okay with you, Chairman, it would be great if maybe that language was emailed to me so that I can add that as part of your recommendation to maybe a possible second read or a possible revision to 604.
And would that cause you any concern?
The time of it would not placing the dates on it causes me concern because I think we're going to, excuse me, Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Ozuna, it's not the adding the language of the end of year to it that causes me concern. To a degree, what causes me a little concern is the revising the policy, the timeframe for revising the actual policy and approving it in another meeting, given the number of students who are enrolling on a daily basis for virtual schoolhouse from a school of choice. So I think that the sooner we can get a language, we can get that language out there, the better.
Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Johnson. I think we can handle that language change in a motion.
I'm actually feeling the same. If that's Mr. Marcus, are you feeling that just having a date limitation would be a problem? We could probably take a 10-minute recess to go over the language. I mean, and have whomever might be providing that motion to give you something in writing. That would be fine and very appropriate.
Chairman, I feel like that would be a great next step and timely enough so that we could get this information out to principals and parents.
Absolutely. We would definitely want to make sure parents are prepared. Are there any other questions or comments?
I do have one more question related to the CAP school, Hillsdale specifically. I guess my same concern is out there using the transfer doesn't guarantee those seats back to those kids. Do we need to rethink that? If it's our intention to let those kids come back, where does that language belong? Because I think we do have a policy around CAP schools, but it certainly doesn't address anything like this.
So in conversations with Principal Bear, given current enrollment numbers, she feels that within each of her grade levels, first grade is a little bit of an issue, but within each of the grade levels, given current enrollment numbers, and if we plan for increased enrollment up to about, up to an increase for each of those grade levels, that Ms. Bear can absorb those students and in a sense, save those spots for students who are going to virtual schoolhouse and then choose to return a semester. Where that becomes difficult and where we might want to take a look at the transfer or the capped policy is that once we open those doors, the number of students who choose to go to virtual schoolhouse because their spots are being saved from Hillsdale may increase quite a bit. On the interest form, Hillsdale had over 50 interest of parents filling out the interest form for their students. Right now at Hillsdale, there are 13 enrolled, so there is the potential of up to 50 students.
Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Johnson.
Please, Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, I need to clarify something because I asked this question when we always get our agenda materials beforehand, and I had sent this question to Mr. Heller, so I don't want to put you guys in a different spot, but I want to make sure I have clarity on what we're actually doing, because the response I got was that we were allowing Hillsdale to operate in our fall learning plan with the language for that fall learning plan, essentially the same way we've just proposed in this policy for the caps. So, but then I thought I just heard something different. So I just need some clarity on that.
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Johnson, I would say if in the fall reopening plan under the virtual schoolhouse, the language that's currently there says that students who currently attend a school of choice or school with a capped enrollment and choose to enroll in the virtual schoolhouse may return to that school at the semester or in the fall of the next school year. And then there is a pending Board of Trustees approval language there. So that's what's in the plan as of right now. As this board makes a decision, the plan will change to reflect that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, then we'll move on to the final item under discussion. And that would be the board protocol. So this is something I requested earlier. So I'll lead on this one. So instead of board norms, it's something that we've considered for some time, and this seems like a really good start at this point. However, we're focusing on the specific norm as a way to affirm an already current policy, which is Policy 1000. So Policy 1000 says the board will allow the superintendent through the communications officer to be the board's voice in public communication. Communications officer works with the chair if there's, but the idea is that it gives the board one voice instead of five. It's the idea, and that's basically what Policy 1000 has stated. This policy has been in effect, I think, throughout the entire tenure of this board without changes. And so we have a new communications officer starting it, and this seems like a really good time to introduce this board norm. There might be a concern, just toying with the language here, where you might want to consider thinking about the exception being where you're not talking about school issues, or possibly when you're under re-election. So that's a possibility. But I would hope the board would entertain a board norm as a change this evening. Are there any concerns or comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Newhoff.
Yeah, thank you. I think we need to conceive of this and conceive of trustee's speech in a couple of scenarios. And one is the scenario that really you're trying to address here, which is stating a board position, which is a fairly constrained thing anyway, because it would have to come out of something we did in open session. The other issue is board members expressing their own personal opinion, and be it about matter related to the schools or not. And I would point everyone to policy 403.40, which is kind of the equivalent, or is related to this policy 1000 that the chairman pointed everyone to. In this policy, well, we have I suspect that was Troy that did this. But anyway, if you look at the last paragraph there, it says nothing in the above stated policy restricts an individual from speaking in an individual capacity, as long as it's made clear that the individual is speaking as a private citizen and not representing or reflecting the district in any manner. And I think that there's a lot of speech that goes out by trustees that is in this vein. And I'll give you a really common example of that. It's not the right time of year for it now, but come January, when our legislature gets back, many of us publicly in one form or another, not often through a media interview, but I would argue that throwing something out on social media would have basically the same effect, because I do see the media quote things that we say on social media. It's part of the reason one of the reasons I don't say a lot about the school district and social media. But, if someone expresses their opinion and says, we really need the legislature to, act this way on a bill, and that's their private opinion, I think we need to either acknowledge that what this board protocol is a restriction on speaking just for the board, or we need to add language that protects that kind of speech, in addition to the scenarios that the chairman raised, where there's a ballot measure involving a trustee, whether they're up for re-election or, 4 years ago, there was a big recall effort. I don't think we would have told all 5 trustees who happened to be under some sort of recall effort at one point or other, that they couldn't speak in the media and defend themselves. So, I don't know how other people read this. I could read it in a very restricted way and say that it only governs stating positions of the board. Or I could see where someone would take a more liberal perspective and say, well, anytime a trustee talks about school district things to a member of the media, or in a way that's going to be accessible to the media to quote, that's governed by this. And so I think we need to clarify that one way or the other. And part of the issue is here too, is where the authority of a board protocol lies in things. I guess it lies in the fact that we would adopt it. And, I don't know if there's any, legal basis or precedent or anything to say that a stated intent constrains this application.
Trustee Nowak, I truly appreciate your discussion on this. Just for background, we've talked about this for, I think it was 2018, that myself and Trustee Ozuna had brought this up first time, or maybe it was even 2019. I can't remember quite. It's been so long. But we did bring this up as in a group of other norms, and it was a concept that the whole concept of norms and board protocol was something that I had learned from the NSBA conference back in Philadelphia. And it's kind of just a good way for the group to say, this is how we operate. I don't know if it really carries the weight. I think policy is really what carries the weight. I mean, protocol definitely leans us in a certain way. It kind of gets the majority a certain way. But the reason behind this, and I think the reason it's important, the reason I wanted to put it on for this evening, is that, again, we have Charlie Johnson. She's our new communications officer. And I want to make sure that when she speaks for the board, she's speaking for the board. And that when we have a message that is we as a board, if we speak as 5, we speak in disparate terms, we speak without power. But if we speak with one voice, and I think that just provides a lot more strength behind the board. It gives us more, it gives us more of a voice. It actually gives us more of the ability to say what we're hoping to say within the community, and it matters. So what I'm seeing in the next few months is difficult. And I mean, and as I'm sure you are, and this might be just one of the last opportunities we can address something like this. And I just want to make sure that the board had this opportunity, this last opportunity, to see if that might be something you would be willing to entertain. And
Okay.
again, if there was language change, obviously be open for that, because not trying to restrict for private speech or certain things, but it goes back to what the board decisions are and the board, what the board is saying as a board.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Newhoff again, and I appreciate that. And I kind of look at a board protocol the same way I look at policy. I think that good policy prevents you from doing things you shouldn't do and allows you to do the things you should be able to do. And I guess my preference here, because of what I see as potential ambiguity in what this covers, and I fully agree that, I mean, speaking for the board needs to be something that's only done either by the communications officer or by the chair. We need to allow for, scenarios where, in addition to the ones I enumerated, about elections and private opinions, I mean, I guess I can also point to one of my colleagues, who I won't call out, who was at a graduation and the media talked to them. And, it was good, happy, positive messaging just about the experience. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's the kind of thing we should allow through protocol and policy. There wasn't that person saying, the positive things they said about their experience handing out diplomas isn't speaking for the board. It's speaking their experience. And so I'm not sure exactly what language we would want to add or how you'd want to craft the language, but I think there is a need there to both protect the sanctity of what your concern is here, but also, to protect things like the public's ability to get access to candidates' thoughts and just, the fact that we aren't only board members, we're also private citizens. So I don't know if other people have thoughts about it, but.
Absolutely. If other trustees have some thoughts or questions on this, please. Well, maybe one way we, did I hear somebody want to speak?
Yeah, this is Trustee Ozuna.
Trustee Ozuna, please.
In preparation for the meeting tonight, when I saw the protocol, I just did a quick search to see what other districts have out there. And I didn't look close to our area. I just did an overall search and looked at the first half a dozen policies that came up. And I didn't realize we had this policy 403.4 because it looks like we haven't revised it since I've been on. But much of what every one of the half a dozen that I looked at were something similar to this policy that we have out there, where it does, it addresses the fact that only the board chair can speak to the board. Only the board chair should speak to the board decisions, but each individual trustee can speak in their individual capacity. So, I don't know what an ISBA stance would be on this, but that's what I found when I looked.
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Johnson.
Okay. So I appreciate you bringing up the discussion because I think it's healthy. I am in line with both of what Trustee Newhoff and Trustee Ozuna said, and I have a couple other kind of thoughts. One is I read I read the very good reading that Dr. Rannells gave us at the beginning of the year around, can't remember the name of the book now, but the high functioning boards. One of the things around protocols was that it was a collaborative agreement, and everybody was aligned. Where I think with policy, sometimes we have situations where we should and could have disagreeing votes, but we still adopt a policy, right? And so I think that's probably the one delineation I'm making in a protocol versus a policy. Everything else I would agree with. But I think there are some other areas of just consideration. One is the policy information that Trustee Ozuna outlines where the board chair speaks on behalf of the board decisions is something that I can get behind, but when the board hasn't made a decision, I do think that that's part of the value of the democratic process we have is that we each represent different areas and we each have kind of different specific area issues that we have to represent and we have to be able to speak to them. The other is when we're in these board meetings, we get publicly quoted and the press is going to call us and ask us questions about it. And I think we have to leave room for that because you have to be able to handle that situation. And if media training is the way to do it, that might be a good option, but I think we have to leave some room for that because that is going to happen. And sometimes it's going to happen when individuals are the dissenting no vote and just explaining the situation, but being respectful in it is, I think, the appropriate course of action. So I would echo Trustee Ozuna and Trustee Newhoff's concerns and add a few.
So thank you very much. Well, why don't we just then kind of close out the discussion if there is no more discussion on this, or is there anyone else who would like to discuss this item?
Mr. Chairman, I have one more thing to say though. You mentioned that policy 1000 and I just pulled it up and that one has not been revised since 1973. And I do think that it's a good time with a new communications officer that we, as part of just our process to go through the board policies that we start diving into these, which I know is completely a back burner to our fall plans, but we'll just another opportunity for us.
Absolutely, and I do appreciate that. The challenge. Just realize, I think, looking at our schedule for the next 2 months, we're going to be pretty packed. But maybe if it's something that we could look at, I would be definitely willing to try to look at other policies to update.
Mr. Chairman. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
The Trustee Smiley.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that is really important as a board, when there is a specific action of the board, that becomes the speech of the board. Now, there may be a member or two, it could even be a 3-2 vote. And these are the ones that get a little dangerous because you have to kind of say, okay, this was our discussion, this was our decision. On behalf of the board, that was the decision. And I think it's important for the board members that were in the minority. They absolutely have the right to say what their opinion is. But we also, I think, have an obligation to each other that when the board makes a decision, we kind of have to circle the wagons a little bit and say, this was the board's decision. I may not personally agree with it, but this was the board's decision. Because otherwise, I always had a slogan that said, if you're asked a question by the press, answer it in 1 or 2 sentences, because the more you say, the more they can misinterpret it. And, I think that's an important consideration. I don't know if we got the wording precisely the way we want to have it, and maybe this would be something we could we could hold for a couple of meetings. I don't think there's a great urgency to do that because I want to make sure that all of us are on the same page, that we're working with our new communications officer and so forth. And I don't think we've had an ample opportunity here, from all those people, and to make sure this is something we can all get behind if we do pass it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's then move into the action portion of our agenda. I did want to ask Trustee Newhoff if you'd like a few minutes to draft any changes you were looking at, or should we take a few minutes just to look at any final or consider final motions in writing, and then I think we had 1 through 3, possibly number 3 as well, that might need a more formal written motion, and they might need to reach out to staff on. Would anyone like to take a 10-minute break just to review motions and present after we get back?
I don't feel a need to do that. I think we can move ahead.
Excellent. Okay, then let's do it. So item number 1 up for motion is the final fall plan. Do I have a motion?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll jump in. I move we approve the final fall plan with the change under our operating protocols under red. We allow for the same sort of operating conditions that we list under yellow, and that we don't consider this the final plan, as I think we're going to want to revisit it all again, and that we hold off board decision on what level of operation we're going to be under until we have more timely guidance, namely on the August 25th meeting.
Okay. If I may ask, I'm not sure if Clerk Newbold is on the line.
Yes, I'm on.
Thank you very much, Clerk Newbold. Is that a motion that you can
Can I
condense
repeat
into
it? Can I
minutes?
repeat it for you?
Okay,
Please.
Okay. Approve the final fall plan with the changes under red. We allow some operations under yellow. Not consider the final plan. Hold off on board decision until the August 25th meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd maybe reword it that we add the option of the alternating day schedule under red. So that we'll have 2 options to utilize the alternating day schedule, or to do a targeted closure as the board sees the conditions warrant.
Okay. Got it.
excellent. Okay, I just want to make sure you could bring that into the minutes. Do I have a second for this motion? Sorry, Clerk Newbold, did you have something to say? Or?
No, this is Trustee Ozuna.
Trustee Ozuna, please.
Sorry, and I don't want to complicate things, but thinking of these categories being CDH categories, you could potentially have a closure in category 2, because we could have minimal to moderate community transmission, but have a high exposure that happened at a school, which might result in a closure.
I apologize to jump in, but we do have a motion on the floor. If you could just hold, I apologize, if you could just hold your discussion till after this, the second.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Is there a second for the motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll second for the point of discussion, for the discussion to happen, but I think we might need to make some adjustments.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that second. That brings us into discussion. Is there any discussion on this motion? Trustee Ozuna?
This is Trustee Ozuna. Sorry for being out of order there, but I did, just looking at this, I did realize that, you know, we do have that potential to be in yellow and go to a targeted or short-term closure to take care of those individual situations. And I don't know if that's something that we have to account for here or if that's a given.
Trustee Newhoff? Oh, sorry, Trustee Johnson, sorry.
Oh, I couldn't tell. Phil might have been wanting to go, and I want to give him a chance to respond if he did.
Go ahead, Trustee.
Okay. I had the same, it's sorry, you know, we've looked at this so many times, I think sometimes you just get used to it, but I had the same thought, and also that we don't have anything in our operations on this level of operations around, we're closing schools, but I think what we're saying is we're closing the buildings, but we're not closing down the learning. And that clarity was something that I probably should have asked earlier, but I think that's also missing in our closure language.
Yeah, I think the motion on the floor is currently for the fall plan, though. It's not for, so basically the motion is for the fall plan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but on the screen under level of operation, under this is the fall plan, under targeted short-term or extended school closure, that's our level of operation. That reads like we're just closing the schools, but I think what our actual level of operation is closing the physical, we're going into a soft closure, essentially closing the physical building to a remote learning program.
Yeah, I assume if you want it, if the provider of the motion would accept a friendly amendment, but at the same time,
yeah, I would, and I understand where Trustee Johnson is going with this. If you read the more detailed description, it clearly says that remote learning is implemented. So it says schools are closed. We don't use a soft closure term we use in the spring, but it clearly says that remote learning is implemented, which, I mean, to me is already, that concern is already spoken to in the plan. Unless I don't understand or concern.
No, that works. I guess what I was looking at was when we were trying to align those, just clarity. Because I think when I look at and Troy, if you scroll up, when I look at this, what we're saying here, keep going up one more page. The definition is the definition by Central District Health. And then level of operation is our response options.
Yeah, so I would accept a friendly amendment to change the language under red where it says targeted short-term or extended school closure with remote learning, if that's what you're after, Trustee Johnson.
I think it would be helpful when we publish this kind of stuff. Yes.
Yeah. I'm welcome to that amendment.
Okay, and I'll ask how to do that in a minute. I have another kind of thought, and I need to know if you're welcome to this one as well, or it's a question first. The language in the motion is utilizing alternating day schedule. Is the intent to use the language up above, which is open but with an option of limited or staggering use of school buildings too, or is it just the bottom language?
Yeah, thank you for that, Trustee Johnson, and that was my intention as well, to make those two, just to make the entirety of what currently lives under yellow for level of operation as one of the options under red.
Okay, so then I have another question. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I should go through you. Is it okay if I continue?
Please.
Okay. Another question around a friendly amendment and maybe a suggestion overall. So we talked about, we've got physical distancing and sanitation, which are two of the three items that Dr. Souza discussed with us as the 3 W's, right? Wear the mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands. Would the motion maker be open to a friendly amendment that adds physical distancing and required face coverings and sanitation to both the yellow and the red language.
That's a good question. So, I mean, ultimately, we're going to have to allow for any evolution in the thought process about masks. But I think especially, I mean, given right now that we are under a mask mandate, I'm not opposed to that. You know, it's certainly something we may have to revisit as things go on. You know, this thing's so rapidly evolving. It's, you know, that's kind of the level of detail I think we're gonna have to be dynamic on, but I'm not opposed to that. I would suggest that be a separate friendly amendment.
Okay. Then I think maybe the only suggestion is that we just combine yellow and red level of operation as options, all three of them. That'd be my only suggestion. And then we can address the other friendly amendment. I can address the other one in a separate friendly amendment.
I think we need to keep these categories separate, just because we need to retain some tracking back to the guidance documents. Would be my feeling about that, but.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, how do you want to handle that? Because I think what I heard is we could make a friendly amendment to add the language around school closure with remote learning. We would make a friendly amendment to allow to put the language around targeted short term also in yellow, and then those two amendments can go together. And then there's a third amendment around the required, adding the language around required face covering.
I would make sure that Clerk Newbold, do those amendments as spoken make sense to you? Just to make sure you can put those in.
I would need it to be repeated clearly one more time, Trustee Johnson. I don't know where you are.
Trustee Johnson, if I may, it's very appropriate to have these in writing. Just because of the complexity of what you're saying, I'd like to maybe pull away. Let's pull away for 5 minutes. Let's put those in writing and forward those to the board clerk to make sure that, just to make sure that we have those in order.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay. So let's take a 5-minute recess just to make sure we've got the amendments correct, and we'll be back in roughly about 6:20. Let's say 6:15, 6:18. How about that? 6:18. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for that 5-minute break. I'm hitting my pretend gavel. Clerk Newbold, did you receive the content on the friendly amendments for that final fall plan motion?
Chairman, I have not. Was that coming via email?
Yeah.
Let me
Okay.
check again.
Okay. Unless I lost internet connection, which very well could happen. But I doubt it.
Okay, I just received it.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. You want me to read it?
Please, I just want to make sure that this is something you can put into the minutes.
Okay. Amendment number 1, add the following language to the motion on the floor. Add with remote learning to the language regarding school closure. Add the school closure language from the red category to the yellow category as an option. I think Troy's got it up there. Yeah. Amendment number 2, add the following language to both red and yellow categories as an option. School building open, but options of limited, staggered use of school buildings with physical distancing required face covering and sanitation. Bullet point number 2, school buildings open, but options of limited staggering use of school buildings with physical distancing and sanitation.
And Mr. Chair, the bottom language there we can strike off. I was just copying and pasting. So that's the current language.
Okay.
Okay. So a friendly amendment requires that the motion, the person who made the motion accept it. And obviously the second being Trustee Johnson, so she made them second, so we both have to accept it before it goes to a vote. Trustee Newhoff, is this appropriate for you?
Yeah, give me just 15 seconds here. I think we only need to add under Amendment 2 the language, isn't it already under yellow?
Mr. Chair, the language, sorry, I was hurrying, I should be more clear. The only language we're technically adding is the words required face covering. Everything else is already there. Yeah. So I made that one a separate amendment so it could be voted on separately.
Yeah.
So that one I don't know is qualifying as a friendly, yeah.
I accept Amendment 1 as friendly. As I said before, I think Amendment 2 needs, I mean, we're going to vote on them separately, so I'll accept it for the purpose of a vote on the amendments.
So just to be clear, Trustee Newhoff, you're accepting both Amendment 1 and Amendment 2?
Yeah, I mean, the procedure here is that we're going to vote on the friendly amendments and then on the overall motion, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and vote on them separately. So yeah, I'll accept them.
Excellent. Okay, great. So that brings us then to trustees to
Okay.
Amendment.
I'm sorry, are we still having discussion on this?
There really isn't discussion on a friendly amendment. We just vote. Is there something you need to say, Trustee Ozuna?
I just wanted to add one thing that I thought that I heard in the conversation is that right now, mask face coverings are required by CDH. If we add our own requirements, then we're required to provide those. And if that's accurate in the overlap, then I might want to understand that before voting on Amendment 2.
Excellent.
That's what I heard Mr. Heller say earlier.
Yes, I believe so. I think at this point, though, we basically just have 2 friendly amendments on the in front of us, and we just need to vote, and then they become part of the main amendment. We can adjust, we can then vote on that main amendment and have that discussion. So,
Mr. Chairman, one just very, very minor thing.
Trustee Smiley.
Yeah, on the last line, it'd be staggered use of school buildings. But minor, I think that's already there, just the typo.
Thank you. Always the teacher.
I've read way too many essays.
Excellent. Okay, so let's go to friendly amendment 1. Do I have is there, all those in favor of accepting friendly amendment 1, please say aye.
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 Excuse me, my mic was off. Aye.
Thank you very much. Aye as well, so it makes it unanimous. It goes on to friendly amendment number 2. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Apologize, I only heard 2. Okay, so all those against, please say no.
Nay.
And Chairman is no as well. Says 3 to 2. So item number, amendment number 1 passes, amendment number 2 fails. That brings us back to our motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Would now be an appropriate time for me to get clarification from Mr. Heller on the math?
Absolutely.
Mr. Heller, I guess I just want to understand with the mask, the requirement right now comes from CDH. If we added a requirement from the board, does that put the financial responsibility on the district for the student mask?
Chairman Klopfenstein, Trustee Ozuna, we did receive some legal guidance regarding the mask mandate and requiring a face mask, and the language did reference when current mandates are in place. So if a city ordinance or a central district health ordinance is in place, that we would not be under a requirement to provide those masks because that requirement's being placed upon the community by another entity. I don't know that we've gotten concrete guidance that if the mandate were to go away and we maintained our requirement, whether we would have to pay for those or not. I think I haven't heard anything that's given us concrete guidance on that for sure. I think it's just something that needs to be aware of, that there is some potential there. I think ultimately we are planning to have masks available for families, and we are planning to have masks available for staff. I think the financial cost of that over time, if we are continually replacing masks for students, that cost, of course, adds up. We can certainly get some more specific guidance from legal counsel regarding that question if the mandate were to go away. There's at least some concern that that mandate, if it were to go away, would place some burden on the district to maintain masks for students.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Trustee Johnson.
Can I ask Mr. Heller another question?
Actually, if you wouldn't mind, Trustee Ozuna, did that close out your question?
You know what? I was just going to do one follow-up there. I was going to ask for a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Please.
Sorry.
Please go ahead. Please.
Okay. Mr. Heller, given the potential financial impact to the district and the fact that we have the CDH order and comfortable where it's at, if there's some assurance that this will come back in front of the board before there would be a gap.
I think, Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees, we would certainly, once the mask mandate, if and when that were to be lifted, I think it would be appropriate for us to then at that time bring our plan back to the board, and they could consider potentially changing any language regarding required face coverings. At that time, we may have maybe a better understanding from legal counsel on the implication of that decision.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Ozuna. Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, I have two questions for Mr. Heller. One is if Central District Health makes that decision and we are in a yellow phase with students in the building at that time, what does that look like from an operating standpoint?
I guess can you clarify what you're asking, exactly what you're asking there?
Yeah, so Trustee Ozuna asked if we could get reassurance that that decision, if Central District Health changes their position, then we would have, that would be brought back before us. But from a timing standpoint, we could have, I think what we could have is a potential where the Central District Health decision changes and we haven't had a board meeting to adjust to that. And so I think what would happen is at that point, then our schools would be in a situation where the mask requirement is no longer in place until the board takes action.
Chairman Klopfenstein, trustees, I agree that the mask mandate shifting midstream on us before we have a chance to bring the plan forward could potentially create some issues where a student or a family might indicate that the mandate's gone, so we're not going to wear the mask, and we would deal with those student by student, situation by situation, like we do many things. I think we would continue to encourage the use of face masks and face coverings. We would work with the board to set up a meeting, even if that needed a special meeting, to adjust anything within our plan. So I think operationally we can handle a gap that might happen between a mask mandate being removed and a potential board meeting to change any of our operational plans.
Okay, thank you. I guess my second question is regarding the required face coverings and the safety protocol. Do we have to pay for any required safety items today that we require for our students?
I might defer to Mr. Yoakum to see if he would like to handle that from the operational side of things. He's involved in that at a different level than I might be. Mr. Yoakum?
Thank you, Mr. Heller. Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sure. So we have various things we require for safety for students today. And my question is, do we pay for those for students today, or do we just require the safety items and then the student brings them in? What's our current operating model in that regard?
Mr. Chairman, Trustee Johnson, I'm not sure what you mean by safety items.
Sure, Mr. Yoakum, anything that we require for a student to be safely operating in our building. So I'm pretty sure we have classes that hoods in our, that I think there's science lab classes. There's probably some CTE classes with safety requirements. So those are the kind of things that I'm talking about.
So, Mr. Chairman, Trustee Johnson, the answer is yes. Anything that's required during the construction of a building, during a renovation, during a remodel, anything along those lines, the district does pay for all those code required safety elements, whether it be hoods or fire sprinklers or fire pull stations, evacuation, emergency lights, things like that. Yes, the district does pay for those things.
Chairman Klopfenstein, this is Mary Ann.
Dr.
I would remind the board, and I always think it's good to double check with legal counsel, but the district was sued twice over fees. And I would caution us to just kind of take a little, I would want us to think through this. I'm pretty confident that if we require masks for all students in the West Ada School District, then the district is obligated to purchase masks for all students in the school district. I think one example, Trustee Johnson, I'm just thinking this might be an example, is hand sanitizer. We provide, that's part of our plan, is that we provide hand sanitizer in all of the schools, in the classrooms, in the hallways. That is a district purchase. So that would just be one example of a safety measure that the district provides. The Victory spray, the district provides all of the sanitation equipment and chemicals and everything. But I just want to go back to Trustee Ozuna's question about the masks, and I'm pretty sure, because of the court ruling in 2000, I think it was 2016, that we would, if we mandate it, then we provide it.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Is there any other discussion from trustees?
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Smiley.
However, if it is required by Central District Health, and since they specifically included schools in that, would that still be our responsibility, since it was required by Central District Health as part of the countywide order?
I think so, Trustee Smiley. I would, again, I think it would be good to double check with legal counsel, but I don't think Central District Health is going to provide 40,500 masks for West Ada and all the other schools. But my memory regarding the court ruling was pretty specific in terms of when we require things. Now, I know that as part of our plan, we had wording in there that we would welcome the opportunity for parents to provide masks, but if the kids don't have one, we would provide it.
Yeah, I think those subtle nuances are important, Mr. Chairman. The other question I had, and this goes back earlier to my question about, and here again, you can't categorize every single child, but when we're dealing with special education situations, athletics, things like that, that would be something that would now be available to utilize in certain cases where we'd need to have one-on-one instruction in some of those limited situations that would, always be within social distancing and numbers. Just wanted to confirm that.
Is there any other, I beg your pardon, Trustee Smiley, were you directing that question towards Dr. Reynolds?
Well, Dr. Reynolds or Brett, Mr. Heller.
Brett, would you like, Mr. Heller, would you like to take that question?
If I understand it correctly, I think the question, being, we certainly will look into every option where if there is a student who their needs require an everyday instruction, whether we are using our yellow operational plan or our red operational plan, then absolutely we are going to find ways to meet those needs for those students, especially those students who are on specific remote learning plans. And then in terms of athletics, again, where we are in terms of categories, what we know in terms of the level of spread at that school site within the district as a whole are going to be part of our decision in whether we can run a cross-country event versus a football event. And those are going to be considered separately because they are different sports which have different levels of risk.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to call for
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Newhoff, excuse me.
Yeah, I'd like to just add something because given that we just had 2 votes on friendly amendments and you don't have discussion on friendly amendments, I'd like to clarify why I voted against the second amendment. And I think part of what all this discussion is about, I fully see all of what's in this plan in terms of adopting best practices for mitigating the spread of this disease, and hopefully these practices are going to pay dividends with things like the flu and everything else as well. As being dynamic, the guidance on any of these measures often is variable and it changes, and I just felt like tying one specific mitigation measure into the level of school operations sort of wasn't congruent with the rest of the document, where, even if it happens that we're going to have a situation where CDH releases the mask mandate, I would fully expect that if the guidance for minimizing spread in the schools still includes using masks, that we're going to do it. And we're going to come up with a way of dealing with the finances of it. And so I just wanted to get that out there in case, because I think some people that are listening or are going to listen to the recording or whatever are going to think that there's a lack of cognizance on behalf of what apparently was the majority of the board against masks, and that certainly wasn't it. I just didn't think that was the appropriate place to include mask language and to have the mask discussion. And no disrespect to Trustee Johnson, I fully expect, as the guidance from our healthcare professionals continues to include having masks in schools and other communal environments, that we're going to do that. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much, Trustee Newhoff. And I apologize, I didn't mean to cut off discussion too early. Was there anyone else with questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Ozuna, and I just have one more thing.
Please.
I sent an email earlier, and I think it's attached to the agenda with additional information, and it's possible that others have asked this as well, but we didn't spend any time today talking about how we're pivoting from one category to another, or what our decision making is going to be around that. And I know that I don't want to do that now, because we're going to bring back a discussion to talk about what level we're going to open under at our next meeting on the 25th. But I do think that that's an important piece that we need to have a conversation around, and our families need to be well aware what are the criteria that are going to have us move between these different levels.
My apologies. Trustee, hold on, please, if you would, please, Trustee Johnson. Trustee Ozuna, were you directing that question to Mr. Heller? Is that correct? Or is that just
a question? It's just a statement that, I know that we're approving this fall reopening plan. I sent an email earlier that I think that the plan is missing discussion around how we're going to pivot, what our criteria is to be in each of these categories, and how we might pivot between them. I think we still need to have a conversation around that, and I think we can certainly do that on August 25th, but I think that's an important discussion.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll definitely make note of that. Trustee Johnson?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I want to maybe make clear too why the motion, because what I saw starting to happen is, first of all, the county-wide ordinance applies, but there is no enforcement mechanism behind it, and especially for schools. And so where my concern is at is I don't want our building principals and our building staff to be in a situation where they're having to be in an argument with a parent or a student about wearing the mask. And so my concern, and I'll just express it now, is that, and I think the discussion has kind of shown where we're at, even though the vote didn't, is that we're all supportive of the required safety protocols that are needed in order to keep our staff and students safe, and face coverings is one of those things. But I think we need to at some point get some clarity around that safety requirement so that there is some, it's just not a guess, right? Because we still see people out in our county not wearing masks today with the ordinance in place. And I think we need to have a school stance on kind of how that works for us so that we don't put our building staff in a situation that can not have clear guidelines from our policy direction.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson, for that comment. Is there any other comments before we go for a vote? Excellent. Thank you very much, sir. Seeing none, we'll go into the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, I'm sorry.
And Chairman is aye as well, so it passes unanimously. That brings us then to item number 2, calendar for the 2021 school year. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we would approve the calendar as presented.
Thank you very much for that motion. Trustee Smiley, is there a second?
Second, Trustee Johnson.
Thank you for that second, Trustee Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And Chairman is aye as well, so it's unanimous. That brings us to item number 3, revised policy 604. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a motion, but I think it'd be helpful if Troy can do it to pull up the revised policy so we can, as I do it, we can just see the language, if that's possible. Thank you, Troy. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move, and if we scroll down just a little bit, that we adopt option 1 of the policy 600 or 604.00 with the changes in red, but with the following changes: striking the last sentence, spaces will be saved for the following one semester only, and adding the following changes that say spaces will be saved for the 2021 school year for all schools with capped enrollment.
I just want to read Clerk Newbold, did you hear that? Was able to get a copy of that? Or do you need that in writing?
If I could have it in writing so that I have clarity on that. I don't want to misquote anybody.
Excellent, thank you so much. Do you need a few minutes to, let's take a few minutes when you're ready. Trustee Johnson, please put that in writing and forward that via email to Clerk Newbold.
I can send it in just a second. I started to do that and then decided against it, but I can absolutely do it. And I'll put it for Troy too, so he can show it. There, I just sent.
Have received it.
Excellent, thank you. Now this is, if I may, this is just the, this isn't the full motion, it's just the segment you want to answer. If you could please rephrase your full motion just to make sure it's clear. My apologies, Trustee Johnson. If you would just rephrase the full motion with the change that was in writing.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I was on mute, I think. Was that what happened there?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So the full motion is I move that we adopt option 1 in policy 604.00, removing or replacing the last sentence with the sentence above on the screen.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Clerk Newbold, just to confirm that you were able to understand that full motion.
Chairman, I was. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clerk Newbold. Is there a second for this motion? Not hearing a second.
I will second to move to discussion.
Okay, Trustee Ozuna with the second. Thank you very much. That brings us then to discussion. Is there any discussion on this motion?
This is Trustee Ozuna.
Trustee Ozuna, please.
The one thing with this, I'm wondering if in that first sentence, if we need to remove the following semester of the first sentence as well. So they'll have their space saved and may return. The spaces are only saved for the 2021 school year.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, but then the capped enrollment doesn't work there. Somehow that first sentence needs to be tweaked to allow for the entire 2021 school year as well.
Trustee Ozuna, would you be able to provide then in a friendly motion for Trustee Johnson? Or friendly amendment?
Sure. Trustee Johnson, will you consider for the first sentence, we'll have their space saved and may return to their original school of choice. Period. Spaces will be saved for the 2021 school year.
Yeah, that's fine for me.
Chairman Klopfenstein.
Trustee Newhoff.
Chairman Klopfenstein, this is Marcus Myers.
Oh, Mr. Myers, I apologize.
My sincerest apologies for interrupting. I sent some language that matches the same language on the fall reopening plan. So both of those would match up, that I think addresses CAP schools, places a date on it, and addresses schools of choice at the same time. So I would request maybe we review that language. I sent it to Clerk Newbold. Would it be okay if I sent it to Troy?
Mr. Chairman, I would accept that.
Well, we have a friendly amendment on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I would pull my friendly amendment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Please go right ahead, Mr. Myers. Go right ahead for that.
Okay, my apologies. I'm sending that to Troy right now.
Thank you.
I think this is what they call you guys the sausage making.
Chairman Klopfenstein.
Mr. Myers.
Troy, when you do receive that document, it's the changes in red on the first page. And then there are changes in red on the third page as well with regards to homeschool determination. Chairman Klopfenstein, this language matches the language in the fall reopening plan.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm comfortable with that language. I'm not sure if we just want to do a friendly amendment to change the motion to that language, or if it's better to withdraw the motion and start over.
we let the motion die and it's no longer.
Yeah, I think I'd rather just the process would be we just let it die for lack of a second.
I think it has a second.
Well,
'cause
I
trustee-
beg your pardon. They would
Yeah.
basically be voting against it is what we'd be doing.
Yeah.
So I guess, is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, then we will vote. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay or no.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
No. So it dies unanimously. So so if we can go back to the language, I apologize for this. If we can go back to the language Mr. Myers had provided.
want
And
me-
I,
Oh, sorry.
C. Johnson, do you want to lead with the motion? Is that what you're?
I was going to say, do you want me to take a second attempt? So,
All right. Trustee Newhoff, did you want to jump in? I think I heard you.
No, I've been on mute.
Oh, okay, great. Just making sure. Trustee Johnson, go for it.
all right. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt option 1 in policy 604.00 with the adjusted language that Mr. Myers provided.
And I apologize, just to be clear, this is Mr. Myers. I just want to make sure the motion's clear here. So are you giving us an either or? You're giving us both? I'm just want to make sure I'm clear so that I'm giving clear direction to Clerk Newbold.
Chairman Klopfenstein, there were 2 documents submitted to the board and to Clerk Newbold. Option 1 that was sent to Troy and ICC, Clerk Newbold, is the option that is being approved at this point, or it's got this point.
Chairman Klopfenstein, the language is in 2 separate places in the proposed policy.
Excellent. Okay, so we're just making sure the motion. So yes, so the motion is for both those items. I understand. Okay, so Clerk Newbold, is that clear? I just want to make sure it's clear for you.
Correct. Thank you,
Excellent.
Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Trustee Ozuna with the second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And I'm sorry, did I hear 4? I thought I heard 3.
My vote was aye.
All right, excellent. Okay, thank you very much. And Chairman is aye as well, so it makes it unanimous. That then brings us to the last item, be the board protocol. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Newhoff.
I move we table item 4 to time certain.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Smiley with the second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And I abstain. So that brings us then to the adjournment portion. Is there a motion?
So
Yes.
moved.
Phil, Steve beat me. I'll second.
Excellent. So Phil, sorry, Phil, I just want to make sure. Trustee Newhoff with the motion, is that correct?
No.
Oh, gosh.
I was allowing Zone 5 to adopt their role in the board.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Here we go.
I seconded, and I think Steve.
Excellent. So Trustee Smiley with the motion, Trustee Johnson with the second, and I just want to make sure that the board gives a very big thanks to Mr. Heller for leading the discussion, and also with Clerk Newbold and Mr. Myers, Dr. Reynolds, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Warren, everyone who, and especially if I may say Troy, who made all this possible with the technical. This was a big undertaking, and it was very appreciative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All those in favor for adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Chairman is aye. We are done. Thank you so much. Appreciate the day.